Welcome to the inaugural summit of the Institute of Global Politics at Columbia SIPA.
The Institute of Global Politics is an academic research institution that takes advantage of the experience of practitioners from the United States and around the world to work with students and others to both identify and try to provide solutions to real-world problems.
IGP exists to bridge the gap between the theory and practice, between the scholars, the academics, and the practitioners, and so they can engage our students, the next generations of leaders, in this live educational opportunity.
SIPA is the premier public policy institution, not just in the United States, but around the world. You bring all of those pieces together, SIPA is the place to have this kind of institute.
It's a school that doesn't just talk about having dialogue between the academy and the decision-making environment, but it demonstrates it both in the faculty it recruits, the way it teaches, and in the research that's done.
As a policymaker serving in the Senate for 8 years, serving as Secretary of State, it was often frustrating to me that much of the research that had been done on a particular problem was not brought into the policy debates. There are a lot of ways that the Institute can and will have a real-world impact. Elevating research and the faculty who are doing it, connecting the faculty to decision makers, and at least doing our part to try to bring the best intellectual knowledge to the forefront of decision making.
The way the Institute is structured, bringing in distinguished fellows from outside, is part of the process of engagement between academics and the rest of the world.
I'm very excited about the fellows. It's a broad cross-section of people from literally around the world who come from both sides of the aisle, from the global south as well as the north, who bring their experiences in business, in non-governmental organizations, in politics.
The Distinguished Fellows complement our faculty by bringing unique real-world experience and expertise that are essential to inform and advance our understanding of complex policy problems and practical solutions.
It's going to give us the opportunity to tackle issues in a way where we can go deeply into how can we make a difference using academic knowledge, academic thought.
I'm really excited about the Student Fellows Program because I think that's going to give even more in-depth engagement for a special group of students who want to be directly involved with the fellows, with IGP.
I think where the fellows can play a role is with the students and the young people that are trying to learn their craft, how to become a policymaker, how to become a U.S. official or an official in their home government, to be able to talk to practitioners, to former diplomats, to get the practical experience, how the negotiations work, what were the logistics to get this conference set up and done. I think those are the sorts of things that the fellows can impart.
Students are particularly anxious to be part of the solution, not just to wring their hands about the problems. And we're going to make sure that students have a chance to hear from decision makers, to see people in action who have been at the forefront of what's gone on in our country and our world.
We're going to be able to interact with them, help advise them on policy papers, also have the opportunity to be research assistants with them. And I think that adds to our knowledge and our expertise, as well as provides a platform for us to get our work and our thoughts out there into actual policy making.
IGP's commitment to civil debate is essential to our mission. Constructive disagreement is critical to break through partisan gridlock and implement practical solutions.
At a very fundamental level, civil discourse between people with different views is at the foundation of representative democracy. One of the things that I think we need to do in an academic institution is to model civil discourse and respect for different views.
We can disagree about politics without being disagreeable. And I've tried to use that in my dealings with the press and with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And it's amazing how much you can get done when you're willing to listen to somebody else, take their views into account, keep your own principles, but try and figure out ways that you can work together to bring about something good for the country.
We're not going to be able to make progress on our biggest challenges moving forward unless we're able to build some measure of consensus. And I think as a research university, not a partisan organization, that we can do that.
This is a fantastic time for the creation of an institute like the Institute for Global Politics, because the international order that prevailed from World War II until now is being questioned. We now realize that the things that affect us the most are global in nature.
The idea that we have now to look at AI and democracy is not going to take years. It cannot. We will no longer have democracy in that time period. We need to come up with new processes, new collaborative efforts. That's what I hope the Institute will do.
There's so much research and so many scholars at Columbia studying the Global South, collaborating with their peers in the Global South, with activists, with governments. And so the Institute has the opportunity to learn from that work and to take advantage of those networks, to collaborate with people that is already grounded in the Global South and to bring those views to policymaking.
There are so many important challenges that have to be addressed where people live, but also have to be dealt with globally, because you can't ignore the impact one has on the other.
IGP and SEPA have a unique role to bring the right group of people together to help understand problems and develop solutions.
There is something about the city of New York at this time, in this place, the opportunity for not only the city of New York, but also Columbia University and the School of International and Public Affairs and the Institute of Global Politics, all happening at the same time. A lot of eyes are going to be on what happens at the IGP.
What happens in Hong Kong or Tel Aviv or Kyiv or Ankara impacts life here in New York and around the world. Our campus here at Columbia will be home to bipartisan civil conversation and, yes, debate, not happening anywhere else.
I'm excited because I think this is an important effort. I'm thrilled it's happening here at Columbia in New York City, and I think that SEPA is exactly the right place to house it.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome. I am Karen Yarhi-Milo. I am the Dean of the School of International Public Affairs and the Adlai E. Stevenson Professor of International Relations. There are so many luminaries and fantastic people in this room, too many to name individually in the usual acknowledgement. Let me just say thank you so much for being here today. After months of dreaming, brainstorming, persuading, fundraising, planning, programming, recruiting, and as you can see, renovating, our big day is finally here. Today, we stop imagining what could be and begin to see what will be. Today, we celebrate a community that has come together to do something remarkable in a remarkably short time. Today, we launch the Institute of Global Politics. Starting today, the Institute will bring together preeminent scholars and practitioners to address the most urgent global challenges we face. It is the living embodiment of SEPA's mission, our global ambition, and our commitment to evidence-based solutions and meaningful dialogue. Community members, faculty, students, we hope you feel at home here. that you will see this as a place to gather, to debate, to collaborate, and be inspired. And it all began with a conversation. I had been on the job as dean for less than 2 months when President Bollinger and I discussed how we could reimagine the school. We talked about this moment in the world, what's needed and what's not working, and where Columbia and where SIPA can fit in. At the end, he said, I want to introduce you to someone, and I have a feeling the two of you will connect over this. That someone was Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton. And boy, he was right. We hit the ground running right away. And as you might have picked up, neither of us is the type to sit down twiddling our thumbs. Hillary, I could not imagine having a more gracious, enthusiastic, passionate, committed, brilliant partner. What an honor it has been to get to share ideas with you, teach with you a class, build this institute with you. You've become such a great mentor and a friend. And we will get back to this. And if President Bollinger kindled a spark for the idea of what would become IGP, President Minouche Shafik helped it catch fire. None of you will be surprised to hear that Hillary and I have already conferred extensively with Minouche about this institute. No one is more aligned with our vision, and we are so grateful. She's not only the 20th president of this great university and the first female president, woohoo! But also, I'm sorry, I just have to say, a professor here at SIPA. A world-renowned economist, a policymaker, a pioneer in higher education who has spent over 3 decades in prominent roles at leading international and academic institutions. These include the London School of Economics, the Bank of England, the IMF, and the World Bank. It is my honor to welcome Minouche for the first time to her new academic home here at SIPA.
Thank you so much, Karen, and thank you very much for accepting me among the SIPA tribe. And it does feel a little bit like my natural home since I spent so much of my life in the international policy world. So I'm really grateful to be here. As I look around this room, I am filled with an overwhelming sense of excitement and optimism and urgency. I'm excited, of course, by the huge range of issues that the Institute for Global Politics will address. But most of all, I'm amazed at the incredible group of people that you have assembled to do it. There is a magic sauce that I've seen everywhere I've worked, which is you bring incredibly smart people together and you give them an interesting agenda and good things will happen. And so I wanted to start, of course, by thanking Karen, who's the Dean of the School of International and Public Affairs, for her leadership of SIPA, and in particular for the vision of creating the IGP, and it is so wonderful today to see that vision being turned into a reality. Well done. I also wanted, of course, to acknowledge another SIPA professor and chair of the IGP Faculty Advisory Board, Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton. We are so fortunate to have your intellectual leadership. Everything you have done has been consequent, and I am convinced that having you here will ensure that whatever the IGP does will be consequent, and that is so needed in the world today. To the inaugural Carnegie Distinguished Fellows, on behalf of the entire University at Columbia, I am so delighted to welcome all of you. What an incredibly impressive group, and we are thrilled that you have chosen Columbia as your home. I wanted to also acknowledge Trustee Chair Emeritus Jonathan Levine and Jeannie Levine, who have been so incredibly supportive of Columbia and this endeavor in particular, and our board co-chairs, David and Claire, David Greenwald and Claire Shipman, who you will hear from later in the program. I also actually wanted to acknowledge Louise Richardson, who's in the front row, who was a former colleague of mine when she was leading Oxford University and is now a new colleague in New York leading the Carnegie Foundation. You know, everywhere I go, and I can't count the number of times I've had conversations with people saying, we need better leaders, we need new ideas. And I think we all feel that, not just in the United States, but everywhere in the world. And I was saying earlier in the green room, I think with Jack Lew, I know lots of young people who are deeply interested in politics, and yet they hesitate. And I hesitate in advising and encouraging them to go into politics, given the state of politics in the world today. Well, the IGP will be all about creating new leaders and new ideas to change politics, not just in the United States, but in the world as well. We will train and prepare the next generation of leaders for the roles in the public and private sector, and we'll produce research that helps shape the ideas for the policy making of the present. Big ideas like this are well placed in a place like New York, where everything is bigger and better. And there's applause for New York. Yes, there we go. We are, after all, Columbia University in the city of New York, and we're proud to celebrate that distinctiveness and the advantages and give back in turn. This is a place where we care about deeply locally, but we engage globally, and the world always comes to New York and to Columbia. And the IGP vision is critically aligned with that reality of needing to have impact locally and globally. And I believe that's also what makes this place, this institute, so special. So I'm incredibly thrilled to be here. I think this summit, you've seen the program, gives you a flavor of what lies ahead, the caliber of the people who are engaging, the type of challenging issues that we're taking on. So welcome to all of you. You will hear more from the IGP. This will be a place that people will talk about, and it will be a place that will shape the world. So thank you very much, and I'll hand it back over to Karen.
Thank you so much, Minouche. We're so lucky to have you. When people ask me, how did IGP come together so quickly? I tell them a wise woman once said, it takes a village. In this case, the village is the whole community of Columbia. From the president's office to facilities, to communication and public affairs, to CUIT, to the entire SEPA team, to the University Senate, twice, to the provost office, to the faculty and board of trustees of the entire university, and more. This happened because everyone who believed that this institute was an idea whose time had come. The truth is that it's only in this campus, only in this city, could endeavor like this be possible. And it's thanks to the enthusiasm and generosity of so many, many people who are here today. When I became dean, we identified 5 pressing global challenges: geopolitical stability, democratic resilience, climate and sustainable development, inclusive prosperity and macroeconomic performance, and technology and innovation. To address these challenges, we need academia to lead and to drive impact. When polarization infects our political discourse and corrodes our ability to enact meaningful policy, when future leaders have been allowed to cluster in silos instead of being exposed to new ideas, when the space to talk about policy, including foreign policy, is becoming narrower and narrower, leading to dangerous groupthink, We need an entirely new approach centered around 3 guiding pillars. Our first pillar is bridging the gap between scholars and practitioners. The problems we face today are complex and cross-cutting. We need all hands on deck and scholarship that really, truly drives impact. To achieve this, we're bringing top practitioners from around the world into dialogue with our scholars and students here at Columbia. And when I mean top, I mean top. And now, among our inaugural group of IGP Carnegie Distinguished Fellows is a former head of state, a Nobel laureate, the former CEO of the world's leading technology company, a diverse mix of journalists, activists, thinkers, and doers. And I could go on and on. Even though our fellows may not have gone to school here, by the time they leave, I promise you, they will have Columbia Blue running in their blood. I know their time here will be unforgettable. They'll advance ideas they are passionate about, work side by side with students and faculty on subjects and policy reports, and so much more, and I really cannot wait for what to come. The second pillar is, as Minouche mentioned, thinking locally and globally. The pandemic underscored the fact that what happens around the world in neighborhoods and communities reverberates around the world and vice versa. We need to break out of the echo chambers and move beyond the US-centric sometimes approach that have limited our ability to solve global challenges. And the fact that IGP is based here in the city of New York allows us to tap into its unique and unparalleled resources to bridge the private and the public sectors and to make Columbia the destination for world leaders who come to town. The third pillar is civil discourse. Let me tell you about Shabbat dinners I host on Friday nights. And hear me out, I promise it's going somewhere. Picture a crowded table. No one agrees with anyone else about anything. Everyone is constantly arguing, debating, trying to persuade anyone and everyone they can. All the while, they're passing around food and enjoying each other's company. It's a beautiful chaos. And yes, I admit I get occasional calls from the neighbors asking us to keep it down. This is the kind of atmosphere I dream of for IGP, a diverse range of viewpoints, impassionate arguments, friendships, and fellowship. And if one day the law school calls to complain about a noise, to me, that means that we've succeeded. So for our students to become effective leaders and citizens, we need to teach them not just how to articulate their own beliefs, but how to listen to others and engage with new perspectives. We want them to embrace complexity, to ask difficult questions, and to provoke deeper thinking. At IGP, we believe discomfort is necessary for growth, and that the unprecedented challenges we face will not be solved by status quo thinking. This institute is like nothing we've ever done before. We're navigating uncharted waters, and we're going to get some things right. And if we're really doing our jobs, if we really are able to be bold and innovative as we aspire to be, despite our best efforts, we might not get it right 100% of the time, and it is okay too. But we're not daunted, we're excited, and I hope you are too. So thank you for being here to ring in a new year, a new era for SIPA. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your investment, your advice. Most of all, thank you for embarking on this journey with us. Buckle up, it's going to be a thrilling one. And since I joined SIPA in January as a professor and chair, and since she joined SIPA in January as a professor and chair of IGP Faculty Advisory Board, Secretary Clinton has inspired us to be more ambitious, bold, and creative, coming to faculty meetings and even chairing a search committee. She even has her own signature coffee called the Hillary, and I'm not making this up already. And this is on top of co-teaching one of the largest and most in-demand classes at SIPA. And yes, I am trying to explain to her that it's not normal for students to applaud when the professors enter the classroom. And I'm under no illusion that they are applauding, clapping for me, and they still do this every time. And Hillary, the promise and the potential of IGP is so incredible thanks to your tremendous enthusiasm, energy, vision, and partnership. What an honor. Everyone, please join me in welcoming IGP Faculty Board Chair, Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Oh, thank you so much, Karen, and thanks to all of you for sharing this launch day with us. We are thrilled to finally be at this point, and I join Karen in thanking each and every person associated with the university, people who have already shared our vision and contributed to the Institute. Every one of you. I am deeply grateful, and I think that as Karen has enthusiastically described, this is a journey. But we want it to be a journey you all take with us. We want your ideas, we want your suggestions, we want your participation. And let me start by thanking Manoush. She will be formally inaugurated tomorrow, but she has already been so active in reaching out to the entire university community. And it is a great honor for me to be part of this community. When we met with the faculty about a week or two ago, I confessed that I had not been teaching in a classroom for 50 years. Once I said that, I thought, why did I say that? I mean, it sort of stunned me. But it has been a joy, especially with Karen, to be back in the classroom and to have a very large class of undergraduates, graduates from not just SIPA, but across the university, very international student body, and to have the chance to interact with them. In addition to the amazing Carnegie Fellows that Karen previewed for you, and some are going to be with us this afternoon, we also selected 35 students to be student scholars associated with IGP. And we had a chance to meet with all of them, and it was just, again, an extraordinary set of conversations. You know, working with Karen is like working with a force of nature. Don't let all this talk about how I showed up and things began to happen fool anybody. She has been on a mission, and it is a mission I gladly signed up for. Our friendship, our working relationship is really a microcosm of what we want this institute to achieve. People with different experiences and backgrounds coming together to learn, expand their understanding of our world, and engage with opposing viewpoints and even values. You know, I've had the opportunity over the years to work with many smart, impressive women like Karen in foreign affairs and domestic policy and diplomacy. You'll hear from some of them, as well as national and international security. That's why it was very important to us from the beginning to be intentional in including women and women's voices and women's interests in this work as we began. Not as an afterthought, not as an add-on, but integrated in the Institute from the beginning. Now, way back in 2001, after a lot of work by a number of us, the United Nations passed a landmark resolution affirming women's crucial roles in peace and security. Sadly, it is a resolution that remains unfulfilled and often totally ignored, even unknown. Because advancing the rights and full participation of women and girls is the great unfinished business of the 21st century. So one of the goals of IGP is to ensure that issues about women's rights and roles, power, and voices are integrated, and they really are part of the DNA of this institute. We are gathered in order to help think about and use the extraordinary brain power of our faculty to help us solve, or at least participate in solving, some of the most complex challenges facing our world today. As Karen described, whether we're talking about geopolitical instability and the rise of autocracy, or climate change, or developments in technology that are outpacing the human brain by magnitudes, we have to have everybody at the table, and that includes women fully participating. And it's important that we model that. We're going to model that for future policymakers, diplomats, journalists, business leaders, everyone who passes through not just SIPA, but the university. We want to work and make connections that will have an impact as they go forward as well. Part of the great attraction to me of doing this work with Karen and with all of you is that as a policymaker, somebody in the Senate for 8 years, Secretary of State for 4, there was often such a dearth of expertise and knowledge available to us in the positions that I held. We didn't always know what the latest thinking, the latest writing, the latest innovative ideas were in academia, because we didn't have a pipeline. We didn't have a connection. I mean, if I read an article that I saw someone was working on something that was going to affect my, Senate leadership, I would try to reach out to that person, but we had no real systematic way, and there was no place that was easily available to us to try to figure out how to make that pipeline of ideas and people more real. It was all ad hoc. And certainly in the State Department, we had incredible expertise from Foreign Service officers, civil servants, political appointees, everybody that I had the pleasure of leading. But again, there were ideas, there was research that was being done that could have informed our decision-making that we didn't connect with. So we want to do everything we can to lift up the work of the faculty here, to make it not just more available, but more impactful. And through the programs of the Institute, we want to help our students understand how they too can be more impactful, as they begin a career and go out in whether it's the public or the private or the non-for-profit sector. So we couldn't be more excited. We're thrilled to have this day of extraordinary discussions that's about to start. So let me thank you for being here, and please be our ambassadors, be part of what we're doing, and give us your ideas, because we are truly building the plane as we're flying it, and we want it to have a lot of velocity, a lot of altitude, and never come down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hillary. And now I am thrilled to dive into our first discussion of the day. Earlier, I mentioned that inclusive prosperity and macroeconomic performance is one of the 5 global challenges we've identified as focus area for IGP. Luckily, making sense of global economic uncertainty is one of our greatest strengths here at SIPA. In fact, all of our distinguished panelists are part of our community. And so, let me introduce them. First, we have President Minoo Shafik, who, as I mentioned, is a world-renowned economist whose latest book on social contract theory, What We Owe Each Other, is not only excellent, but highly relevant to today's discussion. And she will be joined by Richard Clarida, who is the C. Lowell Harris Professor of Economics and Professor of International and Public Affairs here at Columbia, and Managing Director at PIMCO, and a former Vice Chair of the Federal Reserve. Jack Lew, has served as Treasury Secretary, OMB Director, White House Chief of Staff, and most prestigiously is Professor Tsipa. He was recently appointed by President Biden to serve as a U.S. ambassador to Israel. And Jack, you know how thrilled I am about your appointment. Both the United States and Israel are so lucky to have you in that vital role in this critical moment. So congratulations. And Joe Stiglitz needs no introduction to this crowd. In addition to being a Nobel laureate in economic sciences in 2001, he's also one of our own, a Columbia professor, and will be doing brilliant work for IGP on sovereign debt restructuring. Stay tuned. And we are very fortunate to have Rebecca Jarvis moderate this panel. She's the Chief Business Economics and Technology Correspondent for ABC News and the host, creator, and managing editor of Real Biz with Rebecca Jarvis. Please, everyone, join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists.
I'm thrilled to be here. Thanks so much for that introduction, Karen. And as everybody gets seated, I am thrilled to be here today. I know we're going to have a very nourishing conversation and enlightening conversation, and I hope you won't hold it against me that I studied economics at the University of Chicago, but I'll represent. Okay, so we're in this moment globally recovering from a pandemic. And one of the facets of that recovery has been inflation here in the US, but globally as well. And Richard, given your position and your understanding of the conversations that are happening inside of central banks, I wonder if you can take us inside of right now, as the Fed thinks about this issue. Clearly, we've come a long way. Prices are not increasing as they used to, but over the last 2 years, they've increased substantially. And in Europe, and around the globe, it continues to be an issue, in particular because of Ukraine. Talk a little bit about what these conversations are like, and as they look backwards, what these policymakers believe went right and went wrong in their policies.
Well, thank you, and it's a thrill to be at this event. I've been at SEPA now for 30 years, and this is really exciting. I'll begin by providing some context, Rebecca, because especially in the age of Twitter and its rivals, complex issues such as the one that you have asked about oftentimes get either oversimplified to the point of irrelevance. So I think the first thing to remember is that the last 3 years, we've seen the global economy really hit by a number of unprecedented, significant shocks. The pandemic itself was a public health catastrophe, millions of lives lost. In addition, not surprisingly, that triggered an economic collapse. Indeed, during my time as vice chair at the Fed, I referred to it as the global pandemic collapse, but not crisis. And I think the reason it did not devolve into a financial crisis was because of very robust action by monetary and fiscal policymakers, especially in the U.S., but around the world. I mean, in 2 months alone in 2020, 22 million jobs in the U.S. were wiped out. GDP was declining at a 30% annual pace, which is what we saw in the Great Depression. So without apologies, I was at the Fed as vice chair. The Fed was all in. U.S. fiscal policy, the CARES Act passed. So that was one shock. Obviously, vaccines arrived, so that began to turn away from the pandemic. But it turned out that reopening was also a shock. It turned out to take longer and be a lot more dislocation to reopen the global economy than it was to shut it down. And so really the global economy faced two big supply shocks, a contraction in supply and then a reopening. And so I think the initial surge in inflation, it's fair to say, caught caught the Fed and other central banks by surprise. I will confess I was a charter member of Team Transitory in the spring of 2021, as the transcripts will reveal. What I think's been lost in the Twitter element of this is when you have very significant supply disruptions, and when you have what I think of as appropriate support to demand, you're going to face a situation such as the Fed and the ECB and the Bank of England faced. You're going to have a big increase in prices. You're going to try to limit the damage to and the scarring to the economy. Remember, the Fed has a dual mandate. So by statute, the Fed is charged by achieving maximum employment and price stability. And so as a consequence, it was difficult both to navigate and communicate. What we've seen more recently, bringing it into the present, is a very hawkish pivot, by the Fed, the ECB, the Bank of England, and indeed many emerging economies actually began to hike rates somewhat before the advanced economies. And for a while, it didn't look like policy was getting very much traction. With the benefit of hindsight, I think, and here I can plug some fine work that Joe Stiglitz and co-authors have done on trying to look at the supply and demand elements of this. I think we now see that a big part of the run-up in inflation turned out perhaps to be transitory, but it took longer than a lot of folks expected for the supply shocks to dissipate. But now that they have dissipated, we are seeing inflation coming down, indeed coming down much more rapidly than more narrowly focused demand-oriented models would suggest. I think the important thing that central banks got right, I've talked about what they and we got wrong, was they focused intently on keeping inflation expectations anchored. Nobody, at least of the policymakers I interacted with, nobody wanted to replay the 1970s and have not only the adverse supply shock, but inflation get out of hand. So to conclude, what do I think they're talking about, at the Fed, the ECB, and the Bank of England? I think none of the current leadership wants to declare mission accomplished too soon. There's still a road to travel. But I think certainly the destination is in sight. I think most of the heavy lifting, perhaps all the heavy lifting central banks need to do in terms of raising rates, they've done, and the attention will turn at some point to rate hikes, to how long rates will stay at the current territory. So maybe, again, there's a lot we could cover, but I think that addressed most of the elements of your question.
Do you think the Fed sticks to its 2% inflation target and waits until we get there?
Jay Powell has been asked that question several times. He's always indicated publicly that under his leadership for the next 2.5, 3 years during his term, he would not support raising the inflation target.
Which, by the way, 2.5, 3 years might be how long it takes to get to the 2%
well, sure.
inflation target.
I'm in the camp, Rebecca, and really have been really since I left the Fed, that what I've called the 2-point-something destination. I think it is important for the Fed to have inflation running on a year-over-year basis in the twos. I think if that happens, and I expect, and they expect it will happen by next spring, that will have been a big decline in inflation. And I think at that point, the Fed will focus more on a forecast that over time inflation can fall to 2. But I don't think there's any appetite for another round of rate increases to wring out those last 50 or 60 basis points. And I think we may be in an era of what we saw in the early 90s with a bit of opportunistic disinflation as part of the mix as well. But no, I would be surprised if the Powell Fed formally raises the inflation target.
Can I just come in?
Sure.
And just remind everybody that the number 2% was picked out of thin air. So there's nothing based on economics that has that 2%. So the question, I think where Powell's going is probably right. In this context, in the disinflationary process, you don't want to openly say, I've changed my target. But what you want to do quietly is to realize that the real problem is out of control inflation. Perfectly clear that we're not, inflation is really under control. And so there's not only is there no reason for that 3% or 2%, and in fact there's a lot of theory that says a little higher inflation is better in the presence of large structural transformation. There's no theory about how fast you get to the 2%. Right. And so probably the right stance is, we're going to keep inflation tamed. The way that Rich put it, I think is right. We're in the 2s. There'll be opportunities to disinflate and just keep calm.
If I could just add one thing, because I don't think you're going to find a lot of disagreement amongst us, but I think the challenge they have is to do it in a way where the credibility of the Fed and their determination to not let inflation get out of control isn't weakened, because that's one of the most powerful tools a central bank has. And I think the policy that the Fed adopted to look at an average of 2%, combined with the trajectory that I think Rich correctly predicts will get into the 2s, gives them a lot of room to do that without making a formal announcement. Agreed. And they have multiple audiences, and they have to thread that needle. And I give them a lot of credit for having done it quite artfully with a lot of withering criticism that they didn't know what they were doing, which I thought was unfair at the time.
Well, and I might just
go ahead.
The last time we had this debate about changing the inflation target was when inflation was on the floor and prices were too low, and some people were arguing we should raise it to 4% to change expectations to try and get inflation up. So it's sort of, we kind of reach too quickly, I think, to changing the target every time inflation isn't where we want it to be, whether it's too low or too high. And I think thinking about the range around the target and living and navigating in that range would be the right place to be, rather than trying to change the target every time you're unhappy with the numbers.
Manoush, I want to broaden out the conversation a little bit, global, and also the dramatic changes that we've now seen, even the credibility issue that Jack brought up, and the idea of income inequality, what we've now seen over the last decade plus. And I find this statistic from you fascinating, that 4 out of 5 people in China, Europe, India, and the United States feel that the system isn't working for them. So this is a global feeling. How do you address that, and how much of it would you say is cultural versus economic?
I mean, I think the phenomenon of, I'll distinguish between income inequality between countries and within countries. There's clearly a problem between countries. We were on a trajectory where economies were converging for many, many decades. And the last few years have seen a reversal of that. And Joe will talk about the sovereign debt issues. But part of that is because countries were able to borrow on international markets. The Fed has started to tighten, and we got the consequence of them becoming in unsustainable debt positions and having to do extreme fiscal tightening in some low-income countries. You know, countries like Kenya can't pay their civil servants. Healthcare budgets are being cut around the developing world. So equality across countries, I think, is a huge challenge. Within countries, it's primarily a story around technology. And how technology has changed our economies and increased the returns to those with higher education and higher skills. And trade has transmitted that phenomenon around the world. Some countries have done a better job of cushioning that phenomenon by progressive taxation systems. But what I think is a better way of thinking about how to cushion that phenomenon is not by focusing primarily on redistribution. Yes, you need some redistribution. But what we really need to deal with inequality is more pre-distribution, what economists call pre-distribution, which means investing in people so that when they are in the labor market, they earn a decent wage. And that a lot of that is very upstream, early years education, better schools, more worker retraining, and so that when technologies change and trade shocks happen, people can adjust and get new jobs which are higher paying. And I think part of the problem we are where we are is that nobody's investing enough in pre-distribution policies to help people cope with the technological changes that we're facing.
And how do you think through that kind of investment in a world where we are on the precipice of, at least by many accounts, an AI revolution that could mean certain skills, learned skills, are no longer valuable in the way they used to be.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So we know this shock is coming. It's already here. But there isn't a lot being done to prepare people. And you know, artificial intelligence, like every wave of new technology, is dual use, and it will have benefits for some, and others will lose. And you know, there is no doubt that it will increase productivity, and so output will grow. But how that output is distributed between people, between workers and capital, between different parts of society, between different countries, will depend on the policies that we adopt. And not enough of the debate at the moment around AI is around that. We're seeing examples of that. The recent writers' strike is an interesting example of workers arguing for a bigger, being protected from the adverse consequences of AI technologies. But we need to have a wider discussion about making sure that these technologies benefit the majority. And it's possible to construct such a world. It's just that our track record of doing that in the context of past technological revolutions has not been great.
Well, and I know there will be a whole conversation about AI here after this panel, so it's something that I'd be thrilled to have a whole conversation about, but I don't want to go so deep there with all of you because we have so many other areas to cover. Jack, this question of the dollar as the world's reserve currency, speaking of social media, it percolates up very frequently these days, and there are some real questions about the dollar standing in the world. 10 years from now, dollar still the world's reserve currency?
You know, Rebecca, I think the dollar is still the singular world currency that has the ability to play the role that the dollar plays. And I think that gives us great benefits, both economically and in terms of foreign policy, that we need to treasure and try to do our very best to extend, both for the U.S. interests and I think for global stability. I think the answer to that question is I think it will still be the reserve currency for more than the next 10 years, but I don't think it's without risks that are somewhat in our control and somewhat a matter of the normal development and competition of countries. What's in our control? How do we use our economic leverage? I believe that sanctions, for example, are a hugely important tool of foreign policy, and if one can accomplish a foreign policy goal with economic tools instead of using the military, it's a tool of economic diplomacy that ought to be used in the right way. But just like tools of force, it has to be used carefully. It has to be used consistent with real principles, with the idea that going it alone doesn't necessarily make us stronger. Working with our allies actually makes sanctions more effective. It also avoids having there be a growth of skepticism that we're using our extraordinary power in a way that is unfair. You look at things like trade restrictions. Another thing that the U.S. centrality in the global economy gives us enormous ability to affect world knowledge and world affairs with. Are we using it to stop competition, or are we using it to defend our national security interests? Are we saying we won't export military technology, but we want to have free world trade in goods that help people live a better life? The consistency of the intellectual positions behind our policies, I think, has a lot to do with the question of will the world trust the U.S. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now?
That's right.
I think the world wants to trust us. And I give the current administration a great deal of credit pursuing extraordinarily tough economic sanctions, with most of the world falling in line, saying you're doing it the right way. But I don't think we can take that for granted. If you stop asking the question, are we using our position the right way, or are we abusing our position, you actually hurt the tool itself. Now, I think the 10-year time frame is easy. If you ask me 25, 50, I think it gets harder just because history changes. The pound sterling was the world reserve currency until it wasn't. I think the dollar can have a very good long run, but I actually think it is something that we have to pay real serious attention to in an academic and intellectual way to make sure that it's seen as being used in the right way.
The one thing I'll say, because I think it really answers your question, is the world is nervous about this. The plumbing, the architecture has been built to get around the dollar, to settle without going through U.S. financial institutions, to settle without the dollar, to have commodities like oil traded without going through the dollar. Very little activity in that area. Much, you could say it's much ado about nothing, but the fact that the plumbing is built means that the world is watching to see how do we use our extraordinary power. And I think we need to use it to have it when we need it and to use it sensibly.
Well, speaking of that plumbing, do you believe crypto is more powerful or less powerful in the future?
So in this context, I actually don't think cryptocurrency in the form of private cryptocurrency is a meaningful competitor to sovereign currency.
Yeah.
I think the question that I wonder about, and I don't know the answer to, is there some group of sovereign cryptocurrencies that individually or collectively could become a means of settlement, a means of storing value? Why do people store value in sovereigns? Because they trust the sovereign will be there forever.
Exactly.
I don't think people feel that way about private cryptocurrency. So people do invest in it, they gamble in it, they do different things with it, they want to settle in it. I don't see large sovereign reserves being kept in private cryptocurrencies. I think it's a very interesting question, what happens with sovereign cryptocurrencies and whether we will or won't go into that space. And I'll just note that the US has a very different view of the kind of how to think about sovereign cryptocurrencies than other countries do. You know, we value our privacy so much. We don't really want to have a government agency or a central bank having the ability to track every transaction everyone makes. In other countries, you don't have that same inhibition. And I think the folks at the Fed and Treasury have to think this through, have a huge set of social challenges, political challenges, not just economic and technical ones to get over.
Well, and as far as the Fed is concerned, we've heard on the record a number of times that sovereign crypto is just not, it's not a thing right now.
No.
But you can head downtown and talk to Sam Bankman-Fried. He's available today. He's busy, but
Exactly.
I'm sure he'd love to chat. Okay, so Joe, let's talk about that sovereign debt. And I know this is an area that you're focusing on now. You're focusing on it here. In terms of that relationship, where do you think the focus needs to be right now in sovereign debt and these crises that we've now seen so many times over and over again?
You know, first, the idea, there's a long history. People borrow, corporations borrow, and countries borrow more than they can repay. And partly it's mismanagement, but partly there are lots of shocks. We've talked, you know, Rich began with the unprecedented shocks. And so you have shocks that are beyond anything that you'd imagine, and then you can't repay. So it's not always bad behavior or even malpractice, you might say, that led to over-indebtedness. Now, within our countries, every country almost has a framework for dealing with that. We call it bankruptcy laws. And you have multiple creditors, and you figure out who gets priority. Workers typically get priority over other things, except when we changed our laws to give derivatives first claim over workers. That was a peculiar moment in history. But normally you have a way of thinking about how you determine priorities. Now, internationally, we don't have that framework. And in the aftermath of the 2008 crisis, the President of the General Assembly asked me to look at, set up a commission, work with a commission to answer the question that you posed. What do we do to deal with debt and other aspects of the global economic architecture, or the kind that Jack was talking about, so that we wouldn't then have another crisis, or it wouldn't be as severe without as severe consequences. And one of the things we recommended was creating a framework for sovereign debt restructuring. And we described the principles of how you do it, recognizing the notion of sovereignty, but also accountability. And the idea was overwhelmingly adopted by the UN General Assembly in 2014 and 2015. a whole set of principles that were aligned with what we had advocated were almost unanimously adopted. There were only 6 countries in the General Assembly who voted against it. Unfortunately, they were the United States, the UK, and the other major creditors. So here we are, 2023, with many countries facing a debt crisis. Some were over indebted before the pandemic, but you saw what happened in the United States in the debt, level of indebtedness, how much it went up during the pandemic. And then, and that was true of developing countries, emerging markets, not to the same extent because they just couldn't. But beyond that, then came the war in Ukraine, and food prices and oil prices went up. And then came the Fed responding to the inflation, and I think it went, normalizing was a good thing, but pushing interest rates beyond that to the level they are today so fast, I think was not necessary for restoring confidence and had enormous externalities, which they didn't take into account. Some of them were inside the United States, like Silicon Valley Bank, and mismatching standard problem that they should have been aware of, that we had back in the 1980s, and the fact that they, it revealed how bad their regulation and supervision was. But externally, the effects are being devastating. And a large number of countries have gone over the brink, and the IMF estimates that there are a huge number of countries at the brink. And we don't have a good system of dealing with it, and it's really complicated because 2 things have changed from earlier debt crises. Rather than having a few banks being the lender, there are now large numbers of securities. And you don't even know who owns all the securities. A second thing is China has become a major creditor, and they're not a member of the Paris Club, which is the way that the official, the bilateral creditors like U.S. and France lend money. So they're not part of that framework, that club, where they negotiate those debt restructurings. And there's a third thing that's, there's a lot of non-transparency going on. And one of the things that has happened is there are these securities called CDSs, where the hedge funds that own the debt can offload the risk, but still have the ownership. They can even so offload that they could be better off if there's a default. It used to be that it's in your interest to get an agreement, but they can offload so much that they can make money by inducing a default. And we have no transparency in the system. So we not only have called a non-system, we don't have any way of resolving it. The framework of bargaining is so non-transparent that you have people whose interest is that there be a default.
And the hedge funds party like it's 2008. When it comes to the Fed, they have been the buyer of treasuries now for a decade plus. That is no longer the world that we live in.
Yeah.
So who's on the bid for treasuries?
So let me say, the point is, the problem today has been exacerbated by the near zero interest rates that we've had since from 2008 until 2021, for 12, 13 years. Yeah. And that induced a lot of people, companies, to take on a lot of debt. And, if you look at where the forecasts were, of where the interest rates were going, particularly including by the market. You know,
Yes.
where did the market say interest rates were going?
It was rational.
It was they're going to stay low.
Yeah.
So it encouraged people, countries, to undertake higher levels of debt than they should have. And now that interest rates have gone up, there is the possibility of a lot of trauma. I think actually it's very impressive that there hasn't been more trauma.
Right.
I think that is the striking thing. But among developing countries, emerging markets, the problem is really critical because there are a lot of these countries at the edge.
Yeah, it's actually interesting that with all of the concern about the amount of federal borrowing and some of the geopolitical shifts, demand for treasuries is still very strong internationally. The price is going up. It probably will go up, you know, a little more relative to where it would have been. But it's still the deepest, most liquid market in the world. I think Joe is right that the burden is going to fall on the countries that are least able to handle the disruption. And just to underscore the point about China that Joe made, if you think about any past debt restructurings, it was this Paris Club of nations that lend agreeing to all be there taking a write-down at the same time. Because China's banks are state-owned enterprises, they call them businesses, not government support. They just philosophically will not enter the Paris Club. Because of the tension in global relations, particularly US-China relations, there's no mechanism to have a single conversation with the US, China, the global community. So they're being done as one-offs now, and so far they've done the one-offs just in the nick of time. That doesn't work so well if the one-offs become 10-offs or 20-offs.
Yeah.
So it's actually a really important question to get the world community together, because I know one thing for sure, if the rest of the world takes a write-down on their loans and China doesn't, it won't work. That is just not a tenable outcome in any debt restructuring, particularly in the current geopolitical environment.
Yeah. Let me just highlight, you know, Sri Lanka is one example where China's unwillingness to do the write-off delayed the restructuring by 6 months or more.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, you know, people were actually starving. I mean, it was a dramatic consequence. Now, what China said was that it was really interesting. It's the same argument that we often hear from the hedge funds. This is not our money. This is our people's money. And we don't have, you know, how can we ask our poor people to sacrifice for some country that is overborrowed? But of course, the way I often put it is, you know, whenever there's a loan, there are two parties, a lender and a borrower. You should think about you overlent, and you're supposed to be more sophisticated than the borrower. You do it more. The banks do it more. The lenders do it more. So if there's a problem, it's as much the problem of the lender not having thought through all the risks and how you would deal with them when they come to be realized.
Well, I mean, Zambia is another really good example. They've been waiting for 2 years for a debt restructuring. They finally got an agreement that China and the French would co-chair the Paris Club meetings. And they achieved an idiosyncratic solution, which is not replicable to other countries because of the peculiarities of Zambia's debt. But we don't have a system. I think that's what we're all kind of saying, is we don't have a system for dealing with this crisis now. Because our old system is not suited to both the market conditions and the political conditions that we have. And for those countries, the consequences are really dire. You know, for the Zambias and the Sri Lankas and the Kenyas and the Ethiopias and all of whom are,
it's a huge
Ghana,
list.
It's a huge list of countries who are on the precipice of crises. And, you know, aren't paying, you know, they're having the equivalent of a government shutdown, which we averted over the weekend. They're having that now. You know, they're not being able to pay their civil servants. They're not being able to pay nurses and teachers to go to school. People are going to work and not being paid, and that's just an untenable position.
Oh, and so much of these conversations can be technical. They can be theoretical. But there are the people who are not getting paid right now. There are the people who weren't sure they were going to get paid 5 days ago in the United States, and they were making their own plans for that. You brought up the strikes earlier. You have the UAW, Hollywood, Kaiser Permanente could be going on strike. How do you rebuild that social contract that it feels like it has been lost here, but really everywhere right now?
Yeah, that's a big question.
That's the work you're going to be doing right
yes,
here.
Yes, exactly. The IGP will figure it out. But, it's, there is a sense in which in many societies people are feeling very insecure and they're feeling that opportunities are not evenly shared. And it's the tensions of those two things. How do we create a greater sense of security? And how do we share opportunities more equitably in our societies? That I think is at the key of a better social contract.
Yeah, I think the magnitude of the inequalities in our society, and not only in income, but as I said, of opportunities. We went through COVID-19. Right. The inequalities in health, in the impact, both within countries. The U.S. has the largest of the advanced countries' inequalities in health. And that's because we don't have a good health system. And inequalities across countries were unnecessary in some, they're inherent, but we made it worse by not allowing our vaccines, intellectual property, to be used in developing countries and emerging markets. And that led to vaccine apartheid. And so that leads to, again, creating a fertile field for this breakdown of the social contract. There's one more thing that we haven't talked about, but I think the Institute will go into, which is mis and disinformation, which has exacerbated our politics in a way, had effects on the election outcomes, so it really has, it has real effects, and has been a polarizing force in our society. So we have some real forces that are polarizing, but then this has sort of exacerbated and accelerated that polarization. Yeah. And we'll have to think about regulatory frameworks for dealing with that kind within our values of a democracy.
We're going to hit Ukraine in just a minute, but I do want to touch a little bit more on China before we go there, because this idea of China as friend or foe, or at least in need of the United States, I wonder if anybody has a strong opinion on whether China will need us more or less in the next 5 years.
See, I would put the question, let me
reframe
slightly
it
differently, which is the existential question for the world is climate change. And we have to cooperate globally to fight climate. And so China is now the largest emitter, so it has to be part of the solution. And the question that I sort of ponder is, the U.S. has a policy of being very aggressive, and I think excessively aggressive in many areas, and at the same time saying, oh, but in these other areas, like climate, we're going to cooperate and play together well. And my observation of human nature in general is you can't be aggressive on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday and say on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we're going to be best friends. And that is the model that the U.S. government has right now, or the West in general has right now. And I don't have the answer, but I worry about whether that's a viable model.
I think China will have a very difficult set of decisions to make, because growth in China is weak. There are a lot of risks internally in China's economy. And their trade relations with the United States, with Europe, are key to their healthy economic growth in the next 5 years. they have to make some choices in terms of how aggressive they're going to be on certain policies and whether or not they're going to look for ways to make it easier to cooperate. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure that the decision-making is the same as it was in the times when we engaged so closely in recent years. I do know this, that economic instability in China does not lead to greater political stability in China. And that ought to be an opening to making some progress. But I take some hope from the renewal of bilateral discussions at a very senior level that they're concerned about that, and that means we'll see some flexibility in terms of how they engage. But it's a two-way street. It's not just what we do.
But what you're touching on, there did seem to be something of a shift towards the end of the pandemic policies in China and the response of the Chinese people. We have 1 minute left to cover all of Ukraine. Does anyone want to share a vision for Ukraine and the future and how to rebuild there? Who has a really strong? Go ahead, Manoush.
Well, okay. I had my mouth open inadvertently. I mean, sadly, we have faced this situation before, and there is a sort of established international process. In this case, I think Europe will obviously provide leadership in terms of reconstruction. The scale of destruction is so vast that the level of investment required will be huge. There are already many estimates out there in the many hundreds of billions that have been provided. There will have to be huge amounts of public money. And I think, the U.S. will be expected to contribute, although even that's a very hot and difficult debate even at the moment. But I suspect that Europe will shoulder a big share of those reconstruction costs. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I 3 comments. First, I think the problem is much more difficult than the reconstruction of Europe in 3 ways. First, we don't know how long the war is going to last, and it's going to probably end in a frozen conflict of the kind that we've seen in other places. So it won't be a real peace. Secondly, Ukraine was an agricultural country, and from what I've heard, vast amount of areas have been mined. So restoring agricultural production is going to be more difficult. And thirdly, before the war, in many ways, Ukraine was not fully successful in making the transition from communism to the market economy. They've done a lot more than we had thought at the time, and it's really impressive to see the young people, the young women who've come out of Ukraine. But that transition, institutional transition, Europe had institutions in many of the countries that were working, that were destroyed, like the UK. Others had to create institutions, but they have a real challenge. There's a fourth one, which is the migration issue. They've lost a significant fraction of their population. And the longer the war goes on, the more likely the women are going to settle in other countries. That creates a gender imbalance, and we know the dangers of gender imbalance. So you're going back to what Hillary said in the beginning of one of the things of IGP, gender issues become very important as part of the reconstruction. So, I guess want to say that the challenges are very great. I think we have to make it work. I think I think the U.S. really does have to commit more funds to this, and it's not just money, but it's interactions in a variety of ways, intellectual interactions, working to kind of create the institutions. It's not only you might say, the physical infrastructure, it's the soft infrastructure that will have to help work in rebuilding.
Thank you so much, Joe, Jack, Richard, Manoush. Really appreciate all of you joining us for this conversation.
Thank you.
That was great. Thanks.
Thank you very much to that first panel, and anyone who's taken a break, I hope they will be sure to come back for the next panel, because there were some mentions of artificial intelligence in this first panel, and clearly this is a topic that certainly keeps me up at nights. I'm glad that we're going to be focusing on it at the Institute, because the world is racing headfirst into a new era that will affect how we live, how we work, literally how we think, and how we relate to each other. I think it's fair to say that AI offers a lot of promises, but it also offers new threats that have to be navigated, and we're already seeing signs that authoritarian regimes around the world have gotten better and better at creating and weaponizing new technologies like AI to subvert, manipulate, obfuscate. And the biggest tech companies themselves are not just, sadly, often enabling authoritarian regimes, but the way that they are acting in the world, oftentimes with impunity, and without regard to the consequences of the technology they control, is also seriously concerning. So for years, academics and economists, some here at Columbia, have been warning that advances in machine learning and robotics will have dramatic effects on job markets. Disinformation research, as Joe was referencing, have raised alarms about AI chatbots propagating conspiracy theories and false narratives. So the risks are quite significant, as the promises also hold out hope that it will make a positive difference. We have to figure out more effectively how we're going to manage the world that will be created. So we have an amazing panel. Join me, please, in welcoming to the stage Maria Ressa, Nobel laureate, prize-winning journalist. And IGP, distinguished fellow, as well as Karen and I are very grateful she was in our class talking about these issues last week. Maricha Shaka, International Policy Director at Stanford University Cyber Policy Center. We're thrilled to have Stanford in the house. Thank you very much. But also your background in Dutch politics, European politics, dealing with a lot of these issues is very relevant. Timothy Wu, Julius Silver, Professor of Law, Science, and Technology here at Columbia. Timothy has been outspoken and very substantive in raising questions and concerns about the era that we are moving into. And our moderator, Nick Thompson, CEO of The Atlantic. Thank you very much.
Wow, you know, normally you're introduced by voice of God. Today we got Secretary Clinton, so slight downgrade, but very close. All right, let's get going. We have an amazing panel. We have an amazing audience. So excited for this. I want to kind of break this conversation into 3 parts. We'll start a little bit about where we are in AI, where we think it's going, what's unanswered about AI. We'll then talk about threats to democracy, authoritarianism, and then we'll get into how you regulate it, because we have some strong and I hope differing opinions on how to do that. So let's get cracking. Professor Wu, to you.
Yeah, she does this sometimes, yeah.
What to you is the most interesting unanswered question about AI? And I mean by that, What do we not know about where it's heading that is still undetermined, that is important to the rest of this conversation?
Yeah, it's a good question, a good place to start. I think the number one thing we don't know at this point are the limits or the plateaus. So I think there's a sense in the public consciousness that the potential of AI is unlimited, that it will sort of exponentially change everything on the planet Earth. I think that's possible. The history of technology suggests that most technologies at some point reach a limit. Sometimes it can be related to a business model, or sometimes just related to physics, laws of nature, other things. If you go back to the 60s or 50s, commercial airlines were beginning, and I think there was a sense that airlines and airplanes would continue to get better and better and better, and then maybe we would take airlines to the moon, or I don't know what we'd say. But at some point it started leveling out. And if you go into an airplane today, it's very similar to the ones in the 1960s, but the seats are a lot smaller. So, things tend to level out. Now, things sometimes go much further than people might have thought. General computing, really developed in the 40s and 50s, has legitimately transformed everything. But other things peter out or reach limits, and I think we really don't know what those are. It's possible to look back at 5 or 10 years and being like, well, the chat and the images, that was extraordinary, but we didn't really get much further, maybe a little more like virtual reality, where people were like, this is going to be everything, and then we sort of seem to have gotten stuck, maybe it'll get better. So we don't want to know. I'm not insisting there are those limits, or we've reached them, we just don't know.
All right, same question, Maricha.
So what I wonder about is mostly about who has agency over this technology. Because when I talk to engineers at tech companies, at AI companies, and I express my concern about the fact that academics don't have access to information to do independent research, or that policymakers don't have access to information to properly regulate or to understand what kind of next steps are needed with regard to laws and regulations. Some engineers say smilingly, well, we don't know what AI is going to lead to either. Because part of the excitement for them is the unknown, the sort of experimental quality of this technology, that it may come up with completely unexpected outcomes. And so I think ultimately the question is who has a grip, both in terms of understanding the technology, but also in terms of being able to handle, pause, steer this technology.
But not use. We'll all be able to use it. Your concern is who's going to be steering it and who's going to understand it.
Yes. Who has agency over it?
Okay. Maria?
A little bit of what both said, but for me, I'm much more focused on safety, harm, accountability, and responsibility, right? So think about it like this, and so lose the word AI and think COVID vaccine. We needed a COVID vaccine right away. We were all running for it, but we didn't let loose the COVID vaccine in the public until it was tested, even though it was fast. What we've seen in terms of AI, and the first time it was really rolled out, was social media and technology that connects us. I became a journalist because information is power, and that wasn't really factored into the equation of social media at that point in time. And what we have seen since then is tremendous harm to society that has led to the breaking up of the public sphere, lies turned into facts, and facts turned into lies. That has affected every part of society. So the question is, who was responsible? Who is accountable? What about the harms that our younger generation is facing? Here's the thing with the next generation AI, right? With large language models, so many unanswered questions in terms of, can it just suck up everything we are, everything we know, everything the Atlantic has pulled together and paid for? Can it just suck all of that up and then create something and not give anything back? 2, what is the damage of whatever that is? Because you hear, it's fantastic to hear, we want regulation, but then to also say, to scare you into saying, but we must get ahead of China. China, by the way, has restrictions on it. The last thing I'll say is, we've had technology like this before. It is CRISPR technology, genetics. We have the capacity to customize babies if we wanted to. But humanity was wise enough, America was wise enough to put guardrails on that technology.
Why are we not putting guardrails on the technology that is insidiously manipulating our emotions to change the way we see the world and ultimately the way we act? Sorry, anger.
No, good. Anger is useful. On the question of the Atlantic, we are now blocking them. So we have put a big padlock on the barn door after the horses have well left.
But the question for that then is, will you be searchable?
Well, we can get into that. That will get into a very complicated legal battle of which I should probably not speak on stage with a law professor. Let me ask a theme that seemed to come up in all three of them. I get the sense that all three of you would like this to slow down, right? Tim raised the question of like, maybe it will slow down because technology slows down. Airlines have gotten worse. Maybe AI will slow down. Do you all want this to kind of relax a little bit? Richa?
Yeah, well, I think the crucial question is when should an AI product be pushed onto the market? So I'm all in favor of doing research for the sake of understanding innovations, driving innovations. But right now, there's no public interest process that assesses whether a new product is ready with regard to safety, with regard to our democracy, with regard to national security, a big topic that people are concerned about, to just be available. You know, should large language models be released? Should products that have hardly been tested in the public interest simply be put onto the market? And the drivers behind putting it out for release are, of course, that interaction with these AI products improve them. So the incentives for the companies are to push them out as quickly as possible. There's cutthroat competition between the companies, so they're also keen to be the first to put out a new version and to stay relevant, get new investments, etc. So it's not so much, I think, about slowing down, but having the use of these technologies in a responsible, controlled way.
But one could counter, well, they have to comply with the law, right? If you release an AI model and it violates privacy law, or if it does, it leads to a terrorist attack, you have legal protections that exist for the internet. So it's not like they have an exemption from the law as it exists.
Well, I think the question is, where is the state of the law? And that differs a great deal. And in this country, where the biggest, most powerful AI companies operate, the law lags behind significantly. And so on the one hand, I think there are questions, and I'm happy to hear answers from people who have looked at this in greater detail, but how US law applies. So the statement from the Biden administration appropriately is that law applies to AI and other technologies. Of course, law applies to everyone equally in a rule of law-based society. But I don't think there's clarity about how. And the main question that brings me back to my first point is, who has agency to understand? So with AI, that is fluid in the sense it's changing every moment and it's very individual. So your experience in interacting with an AI product is completely different from mine because it learns from your previous patterns, my previous patterns. It will be different next week than it was 2 weeks ago. And so this highly fluid, highly individualized, and ever-changing kind of nature makes it much harder to regulate, because how am I able to assess whether my rights have been violated now, tomorrow, the day after? How is an agency supposed to know whether laws like, let's take anti-discrimination laws, have been respected by these companies? Maybe there was a moment when they weren't. Maybe there were for me, but not for you. And I think we have seen plenty of examples, the systemic discrimination of a number of AI applications, where we see that laws are not being respected and upheld, but where we have a problem of assessing how and applying oversight and ensuring accountability that Maria talked about. And I think all of these core elements are under huge pressure with the rapidly evolving market in these systemically impactful products.
I can see that both Maria and Tim have things to say, but since Maria was name-checked, she gets to answer here.
So let's connect it with the last panel on the economy and how they brought up technology as a disruptor, right? I feel sorry for governments who have to communicate with their people, because the design of the social media platforms, the world's largest distributor of news is Facebook, now called Meta. It's funny, from 2016 to today, we've changed names, but not that much in terms of design, right? So lies, this is a 2018 MIT study, lies spread 6 times faster than facts. I will tweet it so you can see that. That to me is like the upside down world, right? That's what brings you upside down. So the incentive structure, if we think economy, the trickle down effect didn't trickle down fast enough, and then the incentive structure is to inflame fear, anger, and hate. We've certainly seen the impact of that. I felt this, right? I was getting 90 hate messages per hour because I was targeted by information operations. Geopolitical power comes into that. So what did they conclude in the last panel? They concluded that the systems today do not have the mechanisms to deal with the world today. I would say the same thing. Our laws today are inadequate. The EU is starting to, DSA is out now, but it's inadequate to deal with this because what is driving this is profit. It is surveillance for profit. It's data and technology, and governance needs to come in. Last thing I will say on this is, I was in Paris early this year when we realized that 60% of the world last year is under authoritarian rule. This January, it was 72%. And then I was on stage with Chris Wiley, the Cambridge Analytica whistleblower, and he said, in America, the toaster has to go through more safety regulations than the software that tracks you, that is with you everywhere you go. So that's the safety. So I go back, sorry.
No, that was great. I mean, I had an idea for an experiment. You tweet, lies spread faster than truth, six times faster than truth. I will tweet, lies spread faster than truth, 20 times faster than truth, and we'll see who gets more retweets. Tim.
Yeah, that's a good experiment. I think I might dissent slightly. I very firmly feel the government needs to have the resources and power to do what's necessary. But I do feel that we are missing a lot of information in order to act well in this space. I share this sense that slowing down might be good, not the least of reasons being that the creators of these technologies seem very concerned about them. I've never, since the nuclear fission, I don't think I've seen so many people who've created something say, I'm not really sure how I feel about this. In fact, it might be terrible. So that makes me nervous. But and this might represent a slight European-American split, I think the law does better in response to known harms that it understands. And the legal system is a blunt instrument, so is a regulatory instrument. And it could be you get completely obsessed with what we think AI is right now and do something, and it ends up being quite random and in fact counterproductive. I just think there's a lot of, we don't, for example, yet really have a commercial application. We don't understand the business models. So while I think we've moved too late with areas like privacy, where the United States has still never quite got to it, California accepted, and some other states, there is also the chance of just firing too fast, not really, and I'm not saying this because, oh, that'll put America behind, just doing a bad job when you don't know what you're doing.
How much do you worry, when all the AI company leaders are going out there saying this could lead to the end of humanity, like this is it. How much of that was because it was sincere concern, and how much of it was because they're trying to provoke the government into overregulation to lock in their power?
That's my conspiracy theory. That's my deepest.
It's obvious economic interest, right?
Yes, that is my deepest concern. Yes. So in my heart, I'm an antitrust kind of person. I believe that excessive monopoly power, market power, is a threat to many values, including democracy. And it is very obviously in the self-interest of the most powerful tech platforms who are starting to see the first challenges to their business models.
Right.
We also, speaking as former Biden administration official, we also have them in court. Now Facebook, Google, and Amazon. Amazon's not in court trying to break them up. So they're starting to feel the heat a little bit. And the obvious threats from AI to the business model. So the best thing to prevent competition is to have the government on your side and to have a licensing regime where just a few guys get to play. So I don't think some of the scientists individually have this motive. I just do think it is very dangerous to overregulate in anti-competitive ways, and licensing is probably the worst.
Marietje, do you agree that licensing is just an absolutely terrible idea? We should not license the companies, and Europe may be headed in the wrong direction if they push for that?
I'll speak to licensing, but I wanted to pick up on another point that Tim made. Yes, regulation is often a response to known harms, but regulation is also a solidification of enforcement of known principles, agreed principles like non-discrimination, to keep with the example, but also antitrust that you just mentioned. And I think that a lot of principles that have been non-controversial and enshrined in democratic societies for decades, if not centuries, are under pressure in new ways. And so it requires new action, not so much to do new things, but to actually prevent established principles from being eroded. Now, of course, I am equally skeptical and almost cynical when I hear the very CEOs warning for the technologies that they are driving at the speed of light to bring to market. I mean, if you're really so concerned, you take your hands off and you wait a little bit by pushing out these products. And indeed, a licensing with companies would be a drawbridges up approach where the first to pass the post to get to a certain scale can say, well, this is now the norm of quality, give us a license, and all the others can pack up. I don't think that's where Europe is going, if that was in your question. The AI Act is designed in a different way. It's the law that's being finalized right now, a comprehensive AI law in Europe, which has promise. It also has problems. I think the choices that were made by the regulators were to build this law, which has a risk-based model similar to what NIST does in the United States, build it on top of existing policy frameworks. So to say, we know how to scope products for risk. We're going to make a scale from low risk to high risk and present mitigating measures accordingly. So more mitigating measures, obligations on the part of companies when they create products that have high risk for people's liberty, for people's access to education, for people's access to labor, and so on and so forth, and fewer obligations when it is, let's say, a customer service chatbot or something. The flaws of that model were immediately confronted when generative AI came to market, because this law has been in the pipeline for over 2 years. And so European regulators were kind of scrambling, like, oh, what do we do now? And here's the challenge, because by choosing to regulate on the effect side, basically the downstream effects and where the risk gets created, and not regulating the technology as such, there's a friction there. And so they're trying to solve that now, and we'll have to see how it comes out. The thing that makes me hopeful, and that also kind of addresses some of the points that Tim mentioned, so maybe you'll have him speak next, is that there's an AI board foreseen, a group of experts that look for new developments, because we all know, we're talking about generative AI today, in 2 years it will be something else, and the law cannot follow the technology to the letter. It just cannot work that way. So this AI board is supposed to look out for new developments and then assess, where it should fall on the scale of risk. And I think the kind of model where there is a designated body, could be a regulator, that looks out for emerging technologies and their effects on these core principles that we have anchored into the law, and then assesses, should this fall within the high risk category or not, or should this fall within the AI Act, or is it rather a data protection issue? That is the kind of model that I think we see more of. Less strict on the letter of the law, more empowerment to the regulators, more mandate, more skills, more agency to assess what new technologies mean in light of principles.
Tim, I want to go to you to talk about where either upstream, middle stream, downstream, the most effective way to regulate is. But before we do that, I want to ask Maria about the actual effects to democracy, right? You've been living through the battle between authoritarianism and democracy. You've been watching it across the world better than anybody else. What is the most specific way new generative AI can undermine democracy and empower authoritarianism? Because that'll help us understand a little bit about where we want to put the regulations.
We can lose democracy by the end of next year. How's that for look, when we were looking at the number of elections between early this year into 2024, we saw 90 elections, right? What's the critical factor again? we're being insidiously manipulated. It isn't like the mistakes. It's not misinformation. It is disinformation. It is information operations. It is the way the platforms are designed, and this is still social media, and how geopolitical power has come in to insidiously manipulate you using your emotions, right? And the smarter you are, sometimes the harder you fall. So what we've seen is, if we're already at 72% authoritarian, if you do not have integrity of facts, which is actually where we are, and one algorithm created this, right? The polarization you talked about earlier. It's a friends of friends algorithm that every social media platform uses. What does that mean? In order for you to grow your network, they A/B tested this so that they found out that if they recommend friends of friends, you're more likely to click to join to grow your network. When you grow your network, they grow their platform, right? Friends of Friends algorithm, and this is from the Philippines. In the 2014 was when the information operations began. Russian disinformation that led to the annexation of Crimea, used 8 years later to actually invade Ukraine itself, right? 2014 was when Marcos, the information operations of Marcos, began to change his name from a kleptocrat kicked out by people power in 1986 to the greatest leader the Philippines has ever known. 2016 was when the political dominoes began to fall. Duterte elected in the Philippines in May 2016. Then you had about a month later Brexit, and then you had all of the elections down to something Hillary Clinton knows very well, the 2016 elections here in the United States. You know that 126 million Americans were touched by Russian disinformation. So what does that mean? If you don't have sorry, let me just show you what happened in the Philippines. There's so many things to say. If you're pro-Duterte in 2016 in the Philippines, you move further right. If you're anti-Duterte, you move further left. And this continued over time because it is a growth algorithm that was used for millions and millions and tens of millions of people, right? You're talking about 3.2 billion at that point on just one platform. I had more than 10 arrest warrants in 2019. And I could have gone to jail for over a century. I turned 60 yesterday, so I wouldn't have lived all the way through it. But
CRISPR works.
I know. But the best part is, that we did stand up for principles, for values, and I now, in 2023, think 2016 to 2023, I only have 2 criminal charges left, but there's still an overhang, the Damocles sword hanging over Rappler. We could get shut down any day. We will fight it. But why does it take so much from the journalists to fight something that just gives more profit for these companies and that has frankly insidiously manipulated everyone on social media? Let me do one last thing. Your question is really, what will generative AI do? It's going to get worse, right? Guys, your election's here. And again, I look at Taiwan in January, Chinese disinformation attacking. Taiwan has already said they're getting clipped. Indonesia, the world's largest Muslim population, the front runner in Indonesia is the son-in-law of former President Suharto, who was in power for almost 32 years, right? His son-in-law is front runner if the elections were held today. Anyway, I'll go through all, you know when your elections are. So the question is, now we have Twitter turned X with Elon Musk. When the paper in MIT was done in 2018, it was lies spread 6 times faster. I would love to see that study done again today because I'm sure it spreads even more, right? So the safeguards that were put in place in after 2016, after, we haven't even talked gendered disinformation and how that tears down democracy, right? But after these safeguards were put in place and they were not enough, again, I know this personally. I can give you all the data. This is what kept us moving. It's going to get worse. Generative AI. You can have a video of you saying that, saying lies, things you never would have said, but it would have been released in the public sphere and done its damage. And your fact check is not going to get the same wide distribution. So buckle up, I think, Karen said. It's going to be must act now.
My 13-year-old son made that very video last week. We were having a good time with generative AI tools. So this doesn't sound great, Maria. Tim.
Yes,
Where's the proper place to change policy so that everything goes a little bit better? Do you want to set the market conditions so we have a fully competitive market? Do you want to figure out specific ways to regulate the specific companies that are in the middle of this? Do you want to have specific policies, like every AI has to declare that they're real or they're not real?
Yeah.
Or do you want to have just sort of enhance the laws that exist right now to apply to AI? Where on this kind of like stream of potential places to regulate is the most important place to go?
No, I appreciate that. So I feel there's both too much and too little going on at the same time in terms of regulatory activity. So I think, to pick up on what Maria's saying, that there is much too little attention to known harms.
Yes.
Like human impersonation being the most obvious example. I can't think of anything good that comes out of AIs pretending to be humans, because it's an easy way to attack a democratic system. Democracies depend on human feedback, and if anyone can be a human, this is a huge problem. A tiny version of it is when comment systems get overwhelmed in the US federal government by people pretending to be human. People pretending to be human voting is obviously terrible, and people pretending to be human, saying they support a candidate or whatever it is, misinformation, disinformation. None of that is good, and we do way too little about misinformation, way too little about fraud, way too little about attacks on election integrity. Maybe we've gotten a little better. So the known harms, we're trapped in this weird conversation about, which is a lot of fun to talk about whether AI is going to become intelligent and like have some kind of Terminator thing. But then we have a lot of known harms going on, like attacks on election, not enough resource, not enough time, and not enough even legislative activity. So I think there's a misallocation of thought in this area as to what we should be doing. On the bigger question, a debate we often had on the competition side in the White House was, I think, a really hard policy question, which is whether we think generative AI is more like nuclear fission or more like general computing, both two 1950s, 60s kind of technologies. If it's more like nuclear fission, you don't necessarily want a lot of startups getting into it and seeing what they come up with. Not exciting to anybody. And in fact, we locked down nuclear fission, I think, after we saw some of the results of atomic weaponry. On the other hand, computing, general purpose computing, semiconductors, transistors, was also very disruptive, ended up changing the world in powerful ways, was also, let's move to the 70s, dominated by IBM and maybe a few other companies. And we had a very different approach. We said it is our comparative advantage as a country to break up these monopolies. We broke up AT&T, we almost broke up IBM, and we'll give a little room for these tiny little startups like Apple, this weird dude, in Washington State, Bill Gates, who has this weird little company, Sun Microsystems no longer around. So we were like, we took it very different, and that, speaking economically now, played to the comparative advantage of the United States, which has always been in small inventors, allowing a lot of stuff to happen, and ultimately coming up with better products. I'll say at the same time, Japan and Europe were like, no, we're sticking with the big guys. And I can't think of Japan doubled down on their biggest supercomputing monopolists. And, they've kind of missed the boat. And Europe has some very good tech companies. But all of the American tech companies came out of this kind of open competition. So that's a hard question either way. Obviously, I don't want to be the person who prescribes the policies that lead to the takeover of humanity by robots, which is why I think we need to figure out what we're dealing with here. Yeah.
I've listened to a bunch of your podcasts. I would have thought pretty strongly that you are on the side that it's less like nuclear fission and more like personal computing, and therefore we should allow lots of startups to go.
I think so. Yes. I mean, I'm saying, I'm putting myself a caveat in case the robots take over.
Rachel, which do you think it's more like, personal computing, nuclear fission?
Well, simply by the ingredients that are needed to produce generative AI, only a handful of companies have those. So even if you allow a gazillion startups to bloom right now, they can't. Yeah. And I think you could argue that that's a product of a lack of competition intervention, of a lack of data protection laws because of this whole scraping model where companies simply, hoover up all the data that is available either in your publication or those of others. And so I'm inclined to try to seek ways by which we can have research, academic research, independent research into what AI and generative AI truly are. I think it's hard to compare to anything that came before. And perhaps if we try to find analogies, we confine ourselves to imagining what the impact of the technology could be and also to what the kind of solutions should be. So I also think there's a risk in trying to work only with the policy instruments that we've known, which I see happening over and over again. I would love for much more creative, out-of-the-box policy entrepreneurship to truly answer what the challenges of today are, and not so much thinking like, oh, let's open up the toolbox and see what we have, because that is what's happening, and it's probably inadequate.
What is the most, you're known as a particularly creative legislator. You have a wonderful reputation for being deep inside of technology. What is the most creative idea you've heard for regulating AI that you're drawn to?
You know what? I wish I'd heard more ideas. I think we live in a very peculiar moment right now, and I've never seen this before. We can safely say that all around the world, City Council of New York, State of New York, federal government of the United States, United Nations around the corner, the EU, the Netherlands, ASEAN, OECD, everywhere in the world, AI and generative AI is at the table. It's on the political agenda. There's an enormous political will on the part of political leaders to do something. I think there's an enormous vacuum of ideas of what to do. And one of the problems, and I come back to the first challenge that you put before us, one of the problems is that we are incapable of independently assessing what we're really dealing with. I mean, I work at Stanford with people who build foundation models, who are educated to go to the big tech companies, who are the top academics in the field of technology, and they do not have the access to information to do research on similar models as the one that OpenAI presents to us or that Google presents to us, et cetera, et cetera. So there is essentially no public knowledge equivalent of what the companies know. And this creates a problem for any well-informed public policy debate, for any ability of people to then take the proper steps, to kind of weigh the trade-offs, right? I mean, politics is all about trade-offs. That's why I sometimes smile when people say, like, are you in favor or against regulation? It's like, well, it's kind of a pathway that can lead you to a gazillion destinations. And I think we owe it to ourselves to sort of make the discussion about tech regulation more sophisticated. What do we want to regulate for? Do we know what we need to know? And perhaps the first steps are to actually have provisions enshrined in law enforceable about transparency so that we can have that first step. So what has happened in the EU with the Digital Services Act is actually have a provision that guarantees access to information on social media platforms for academics. So besides the law putting new obligations on the tech platforms for content moderation, which is what this law is about, it also looks at how academic researchers can in turn look at what the companies are doing. And I think that kind of dynamic is what we need to build in systemically so that we can have better decisions.
That's a good point to make here at Columbia University.
Maria.
A
really simple solution on this, right? Like right now, agile development, which is the way code is rolled out, operates in 2-week sprints, right? So if you create a law, it takes 3-4 years, maybe more. The tech companies would have already evolved every 2 weeks. So we just rolled out an app, right? It's an alpha. We're testing it ourselves, and it's not released to the public because we care about the harm to the public. Why can we not prevent public rollout until transparency, safety? If at the very least, if they're experimenting, you don't have to stop experimentation, but you make them liable for it. Right now, there's impunity in rolling code out to the public. Again, I'll go back to my coronavirus vaccine, right? Like, I'm going to give vaccine A to this side of the room. I'm going to give vaccine B to this side of the room. Vaccine A people, sorry, you died. Apologies. And we have vaccine B. Is it worth the death? Because, and again, I'm not being it's not hyperbole. Myanmar genocide happened, right? And both the UN, which Marzuki Darusman, who was the former Commission on Human Rights in Indonesia, he led a team there. Meta sent a team there, and they both came back with the platforms played a role. But so that's an easy one. Prevent the rollout to the public until we know what it is. The other one is in the DSA, which is to give us a real-time data feed. Because right now, the tech companies prevent each of us from combining the data that they combine with impunity, right? If you're an academic who scrapes it, Laura Edelson, right? We know this, you get threatened with a suit, with a legal suit. So why is it okay for the tech companies to combine data from different sources, but they will prevent users from doing that? Once we get real-time data access, then we can pull up and see the trends. Is it gonna be harmful to kids? Is it coded bias? Is it coded bias against Black women, right? Or women of color, or LGBTQ? These are things we cannot see by talking about it. We must see the data.
Tim, is Maria right? She solved it.
Yes, she's absolutely right about everything. Solved all our problems. I do have what I think are some creative ideas for legislation, which maybe I'm one beat before. But I do think that this problem of human impersonation should be more seriously taken care of. And that you should have, maybe it's transparency, I'm not sure, but AI should proactively announce to the world that they are not humans. Now, it's not entirely new. I stole it from a movie called Blade Runner, which had that same law. So I am, some disagreement between friends. But I do think it's important to look back at history and what has worked and what has not worked for our lessons. I think we do a better job. We will do a better job that way. I'll also say in a mild dissent from, you've got all the answers, it isn't the fact that there will be no remedies if AI, an AI is harmful. We still have the laws. And ChatGPT, some of these LLMs pretty quickly started to defame people.
Yeah.
If you started asking people about things, I don't want to defame anyone on stage, so I won't say examples, but you could ask them things and they would say things that in the law are considered per se defamation. Someone was a criminal, someone was a criminal, someone had a loathsome disease, someone's bad at their job, at other categories. And they were sued and might win. So there is this kind of underlying framework. The courts I wouldn't count the courts out, let's put it that, or existing law entirely. Because you did have that vaccine that killed half the people. There's murder law, there's genocide. There's some. But I do think the regulatory conversation needs to be already understanding there's a existing legal regime that deals with certain harms. Are there kinds of harms or proactive measures that were not taken? And I think that's what the good work will be in this space. The good work will not be just vaguely a law banning robot takeovers or very abstract stuff. It has to be where is it making? And a good example for me is this example of human impersonation. I think we almost need a robot code of conduct or some powers. Maybe the FTC can do it. The FTC is already trying. My former colleague and friend Lena Khan at the FTC is trying to develop the stuff to deal with discrimination AI.
Right.
But they need a little more room and actually more money, more resources to try to be acute to these harms. But I am a strong believer in tough regulation to known harms, and we're already seeing some of them. We're not doing enough.
All right, Mauricio, let's wrap this up. Can you evaluate, thumbs up, thumbs down, Maria's proposal that we have a 2-week waiting period, Maria's proposal that we have total data transparency and sharing, and Tim's proposal that all aides have to declare who they are? Which of these regulations do you like, which do you not like, and then you can add one to the mix and we'll call it a day.
I think both are very good, but they get at parts of the problem. And I think we need a more systemic way of looking at how AI works and have the ability to deal with it in the public interest. So I think a delay of pushing into market is a great idea, but then we also need regulators with the proper means, and Tim said they need a little bit more resources. I think they need exponentially more resources. Somebody has to make the case, maybe it should be an AI company tax specifically to go into the public purse to actually create these capabilities, because the asymmetry in information, the asymmetry in budgets, the asymmetry in therefore power is so significant that that needs to be tackled too.
All right, well, I feel like the asymmetry in my understanding of how to regulate has shifted a little bit. Thank you for this amazing panel, these wonderful people who are all doing so much good in the world. Thank you for hosting us here.
Do you want to
All right. And please join me in thanking our panelists one more time for a fascinating discussion. And before I introduce our next segment, please note that the spotlight interview coming up later in the program with the Right Honorable Dame Jacinda Ardern and Secretary Clinton is off the record and closed to the press. The press portion of the day, including the live stream, will therefore conclude at 3:45. And today and now, it's the portion of the event introducing our distinguished fellows. So I have been looking forward to this moment since we first began talking about the idea for IGP. When we came to putting together our inaugural class of fellows, we decided to dream big. With input from the Faculty Advisory Board, Hillary and I put together an incredible, ambitious list of heads of states, industry leaders, and change makers who are shaping global politics and public discourse. And if you want to know who was on that list, I'll tell you. It's all the people you are about to meet. But before we introduce you to the very first cohort of IGP Carnegie Distinguished Fellows, I want to introduce you to someone who has been so instrumental in supporting these extraordinary fellows here at IGP. Dame Louise Richardson is the president of Carnegie Corporation of New York, and I knew right away that she understood exactly what we were hoping to do here, because she also happens to be a brilliant political scientist by training, an expert on counterterrorism, as well as an incredible president in her first year of office. We could not be prouder to be a recipient of a Carnegie Corporation grant to make our fellows program second to none. Please join me in thanking Louise and the Carnegie Corporation. And now, Louise, please take the stage. And I have the honor of introducing the Institute of Global Politics inaugural cohort of Carnegie Distinguished Fellows. I'll start by recognizing those who could not be with us today, and who will join us later in the year. Michelle Bachelet, the former president of Chile and former United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Kim Gaddis, the author of the book Black Wave and contributing writer for The Atlantic magazine. David Miliband, President and CEO of the International Rescue Committee and the 74th UK Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs. Robert O'Brien, co-founder and chairman of American Global Strategies and a former US National Security Advisor. Eric Schmidt, co-founder of Schmidt's Futures and former CEO and chairman of Google. Now I will introduce the ones who are here with us. Stacey Abrams, the New York Times best-selling author, entrepreneur, and political leader. Shabana Baji Rajic, the co-founder and president of SOLA, which stands for the School of Leadership Afghanistan and in the Afghan Word for Peace. The Honorable Henrietta Fore, who is the former executive director of UNICEF and former administrator USAID. Michelle Katzenstein, the former executive director of the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria. Sir Stephen Lovegrove, the former UK National Security Advisor and distinguished visiting fellow also at the Center on Global Energy Policy. Frank Mugisha, a brave Ugandan LGBTI rights advocate. Maria Ressa, Nobel laureate and the co-founder, CEO, and president of Rappler. John Sullivan, former Deputy Secretary of State and U.S. Ambassador to the Russian Federation. And Mari Jovanovic, the former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine. And to greet them all, please, Louise Richardson. Welcome on stage.
Thank you very much, Karen. Well, I can't say how delighted I am to be here and how delighted everyone at Carnegie is to support this extraordinarily exciting new venture. The links, and as well to celebrate the long-standing links between Carnegie and Columbia, from way back when Fred Keppel went from being Dean of Columbia College to President of Carnegie, to the present day when our much-loved CIO was stolen by our friends at Columbia and now runs your endowment. Very well, I'm told. But Columbia also holds Carnegie's archives, so I went into the archives just to trace this relationship and discovered that in 1905, Andrew Carnegie made a contribution to the astronomical instruments of the university. And in 1913, he gave an endowment of $2 million to Columbia, which in today's money would be $60 million. I can hear Karen quoting this back at me now in a few months. But 3 years later, he gave another $1 million for the merger of the hospitals. But I couldn't be more delighted that the first grant on my watch is to these extraordinary fellows and this wonderful program. Carnegie, again, has a long-standing support for fellowships. Many of you will know my dearly beloved predecessor, Barton Gregorian. In his day, he gave $360 million to fellowships around the world. And we have invested in fellowships because we believe in investing in people, and especially in this case, because we believe in bridging the gap between academia and policy. And through the inspirational leadership of Secretary Clinton and Dean Karen, this institute will symbolize this fusion of academia and policy, and it couldn't be more important. Carnegie's goal is to strengthen democracy, advance peace, and advance education. And these extraordinary people, in their different ways, in different countries, different ideological perspectives, have all worked to strengthen democracy and advance peace, both of which are more fragile than they've been at any point in my lifetime. But through their connection to Columbia, to SIPA, and to the IGC, they will educate a future generation of policymakers, some smart and lucky students who get to study with them, but also through their policy papers and research they will get to educate all of us. And Lord knows we need that in the issues that they'll be considering. So just to say how delighted we all are at Carnegie to support these extraordinary, fabulous fellows, the inspirational leadership, and this innovative institution. Thank you.
Now we will take a short break to give you some time to stretch your legs. Meanwhile, Secretary Clinton, if you would not mind, and we will see you at 2 p.m., which is, I guess, and we will finish this day before.
Esteemed guests, please find your seats. The program will begin in just a few minutes. The program will resume in just a few minutes. Thank you. Esteemed guests, our program will begin momentarily. Please be seated. Please be seated at this time. Our program will begin momentarily. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. Our program is beginning. Our program is beginning. Please take your seats. Esteemed guests, if you're in the lobby, please make your way to the event room. If you're in the lobby, please make your way to the event room.
Welcome back, everyone. Our next segment is extra special to me and lies at the center of everything we do here at IGP, modeling civil discourse. Our speakers, Jonathan Levine, who is the Chair Emeritus of Columbia's Board of Trustees, and Victor Mendelsohn, a trustee, met as college students at Columbia way back in the late 1980s.
Way back.
Yeah. One is a self-identified Democrat, the other a self-identified Republican. They told me how much they disagree with one another, and believe me, I've seen it firsthand, but also how often that disagreement reveals how much they are aligned on big ideas. Columbia gave them the space to disagree and was foundational to the start of their lifelong friendship. The two of them really inspired me, truly inspired me, to make modeling civil discourse an explicit mission of IGP, and from the beginning, they have been huge supporters. And for that, Victor, Jonathan, we are so grateful. Please join me in welcoming Jonathan and Victor, who will be joined on stage by their former teacher and mentor, Esther Fuchs, one of the most beloved professors here at SIPA, who directs Columbia's Urban and Social Policy program. It was in her class, how many years ago was it, that they first met. And I'm really grateful for Esther for being with us and for all of the support from day one. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Victor, for offering your insights into the value of productive disagreement.
Wow, thank you, Karen. I think we all know what an incredible job you have been doing with your leadership at SIPA and this event. It's extraordinary, and we're a small part of it, and really happy to be here today. This is such an important issue, I know, to everybody in this room, modeling civil discourse, because our democracy in the United States and globally is being challenged in every way. And the university, as Karen has so easily pointed out, should be at the center of all of this. We don't just do research and education. We have to be a place that reinforces institutions of democratic governance. And the university needs to be a place where discourse is not, capital N-O-T, shut down. I've seen that too many times. Where we can have a difficult conversation, both faculty and students, in the classroom and in the hallways. Unfortunately, in 2023, if we don't actively work on promoting civil conversations, information silos and intolerance will become the norm. So I have to once again say thank you to Karen for her leadership on this. She's made the commitment that SIPA will be the center of this work. And today, I get to begin this conversation with two of my favorite, yes, I'm going to say that, I hope other people are not listening, former students, Jonathan Levine and Victor Mendelson. And I want to start the conversation by asking both of you, and I know that we'll have to start with Jonathan, Victor, so it's just how it is.
Well, he's older.
Yes, he is. Okay, that's fair. I want to ask you about the origin story. It's not like you're superheroes in a comic book or anything like that, but there is an origin story here, and it's relevant to Columbia, and I think it's important.
Sure. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence after 2 Nobel Prize winners. And the break, Victor and I were worried we were going to speak to an empty room. And
our wives are here, at least.
Right, yes. And Secretary Clinton,
you forgot that I was on this podium. I don't have empty rooms.
That's right. And Secretary Clinton, you said you hadn't been teaching in over 50 years. That is true of neither me nor Victor. We have not taught in 50 years either. Victor and I met in 1985 in Professor Fuchs' class. And it was politics and elections, I believe. And we immediately recognized that we were people who would be friends under so many things. We cared about the same things. We had the same approach to family. But it was also clear that we just had completely different political views. And if you remember, Ronald Reagan was president there, and we disagreed a little bit on some of his accomplishments. But we developed a friendship that is somewhat based on humor. It is somewhat based on good cheer. And over the years, we have, as I have said before, we started a debate that continues to this day. And there are people who say, how can you be so friendly with somebody who has such different political views? And I say two things. One, we want the same things. We just disagree on how to get there. And two, it is really important people like us model good behavior, because there are studies that show on college campuses today, like, you have a higher likelihood of being friends with a Martian than somebody with a different political view than you have. And that is just unacceptable. That is not why people come to Columbia. And I would also tell you that, Columbia has a perception of being a left-leaning school. I don't know where they get that. Victor is...
Not in my class.
That's right.
It didn't happen then.
And this is something we've thought about on the trustees. We think about making sure we are not all monolithic politically. And Victor actually chairs the trusteeship committee, which helps sort through and how we nominate trustees. And he is somebody who cares deeply about Columbia, and his political affiliations don't matter to us, as he does an awesome job doing that.
So does that really comport with your memory? I mean, you've sort of jumped ahead, as you always did in class, which is answer more questions than I asked, but we'll let you get away with that now. And Victor, does this comport with your memory of things?
Not in the least. It absolutely does. That's absolutely right. I think I remember Secretary Clinton, you're saying during 2016 era that there's more which unites us than divides us. I don't know if I have it verbatim, but that's essentially it. And I think that's the truth. And we have this tendency, people have a tendency to focus on our differences instead of our similarities. And if we spend some time focusing on our similarities, it doesn't mean that we are somehow sacrificing our core beliefs. I mean, there was this debate, of course, that saw some resolution, at least temporarily, over the weekend, and there's this idea that if people compromise, they compromise their core values, which is not the case. So we always shared those values, and we're both business people, and we spend a lot of time compromising, right? Every day. And if you're dealing with your customers, they want to pay less, you want to charge them more. If you're dealing with your vendors, they want to charge you more, you want to pay them less. If you're making an acquisition, there are all sorts of terms to be negotiated, and everybody wants it their way. But at the end of the day, we get things done by compromising and moving forward.
And just one thing, this is not a novel thing. Obviously, Victor and I didn't invent this. I would tell you, and I've told you this before, in 1993, I was hired at a small firm by Mitt Romney, and I had Clinton for president on my resume. And he hired me. It's not like he saw, oh, this is a Democrat, we don't hire Democrats. And when you look around the table, when you look around the trustees, when you look around normal people's day-to-day activities, they actually, most of the time, don't think about political party.
Well, I'm a perennially optimistic person. And I think, wouldn't have stayed in a university setting for as long as I have had I not been. But I want to frame something to both of you because, a lot of your approach to this has been through friendship. And so part of the challenge is how do you build that friendship? How do we get to those spaces? Being an academic, I have to quote a Pew Research Center study that says the share of Americans who say having political conversations with those they disagree with is stressful and frustrating has increased in recent years. And currently, 6 out of 10 say they find these conversations extremely stressful. That's always over 60%. People cannot even have the conversation now. I mean, we're in this kind of very difficult situation. So I want to really ask you about the nitty-gritty things that you both have done to ensure that you still have a friendship but can still have these conversations.
I think humor plays a role in it, as you mentioned earlier, Jonathan, that we make some jokes, we'll laugh about it, and we're respectful of each other. And I think I at least admire Jonathan and respect him. Not sure it goes the other way, but and I know that there's a point at which to stop, right? There's a point that we take the arguments and we stop at a certain point. We crack the jokes, we make our points, we rib each other, but we never let it get to the point where it's bitter. And I think you can attack the ideas without attacking the person, and that's the key.
Victor, let the record show you just got an ovation started by Secretary Clinton. His father's going to disown him now.
I hope there's no video here. Thank you.
I would say part of it is, too, it's your job. It's the job of the faculty here. It's why Columbia College has the core curriculum. It is why, it's why Jeannie and I watched the debate the other night. First, I had to figure out how to get to Fox News, but
just come to my house, you'll see it.
Apparently, you can find it. You can find it if you. I had to download a streaming app.
I watched the debate too.
Right, but you can't turn away. And Victor and I truly believe you can't turn away. And it is so easy to go inward, and professors have to make students feel a little bit uncomfortable. They have to almost make them argue positions that would not be their natural comfort zone. And you did that with us. You were talking, at the time it was controversial, about criminal justice, but reform back in 1985 when you took an entire class to Rikers Island to show us.
I did that. I wouldn't do that anymore.
Was this the manifestation of what we wanted as our society to be? Victor and I both agreed that was not the manifestation of what we thought a good and functioning society would be. But the faculty do need to lead the students in a way that I know is really hard. But you have to.
I think you're right. I think the faculty has an important role here. I think the university in general has an important role, and we've abdicated to a certain extent our responsibilities in ensuring that students have this opportunity to do what you both have done, which is have conversations with people that you don't fundamentally agree with on political issues, but in fact you find other ways to agree and have the discourse.
And
Go
I can
ahead,
tell you a
Victor.
story. Our kids graduated from the college here over the last few years, and our oldest one, or middle one, went to a birthday party here. A friend invited a birthday party, and she goes in the room, and she was involved with the Republican Club here. She was one of the 4 members. And anyway, she was involved with the Republican Club, and she walks in and she overhears someone tell the hostess, I can't believe you invited a Republican. And, you know, that's not productive. And that's the sort of thing you're talking about. We have to have the atmosphere where everyone feels welcome to express their views, because that's how we get solutions. We can't sort of censor out the views and then not have the solutions.
So what are your practical suggestions at this point? I know this is a hard question. I'm putting you both on the spot because, frankly, there are faculty here who don't do what you're suggesting they do. There are students who are closed down. I think, you know, SIPA, we're very lucky. We have such a global population. We have such diversity. And that's insulated us to a certain extent. But, you know, we've had our share of issues here as well. But frankly, at the college, it's much more difficult to do this. And, you know, I don't know how successful I'd be teaching that course in elections and American politics with a very diverse student body at the time and dealing with very complex, challenging issues. It's not on the roster anymore. Nobody else has picked it up to teach it. So what are some practical things that you both would suggest?
So I'm the Democrat, just in case you didn't get that, because they didn't announce us independently. But I also believe in markets, and I believe markets work. The market for talent, the market for professors. You had a following. Professor Hamilton had a following. There could not be a more progressive professor than Charles V. Hamilton, who was a civil rights icon. And yet, he heard the conservative students in our class, in this building, by the way, that I had him. And I do think the faculty need to speak up, need to go the other way. And I think that that will draw people to the popular professors, because I've never been a professor, but you want to be somewhat popular. You don't want to teach to an empty room, but you don't want to pander to a particular point of view.
But what's the responsibility of students? What is the responsibility of students?
I think we have to make it clear to our students that they can't shout down the speakers, that they can't shout down their opponents, and they have to listen, and they have to be patient and go through this process. And it's incumbent on the faculty as well to stand firm and say, no, we're not going to be shouted down. And the administration as well to say, no, this isn't going to be tolerated. And in instances when it involves disciplinary action, that's fine too. I mean, we have to set the example and stand firm and not be pushed around to avoid our own conversations.
And while I don't disagree with much of what you said, I probably have a slightly different approach to that, which is I think it starts with how students are integrate into the undergraduate institutions here, and make sure that there are literally trainings on this is how we think about things, this is how we talk about things, this is, you know, I was talking to the chair of another Ivy League school who had been president of a small college, and she said, you know, you tell everyone that they're like God's gift. They get into schools that have 3% admission rates and things like that, and they are certain that they are right in their views. And therefore, something around how we, orientation and, you know, on the list of how you behave as a college student, we have a whole series of things on gender misconduct, on how you behave as a student, on those types of things. And we need to do that stuff.
Well, I know we could go on for a very long time with this conversation. I feel so lucky, really, just to be here at SIPA. I have to say, having Secretary Clinton here is just an extraordinary thing for all of us faculty and students alike. I just hope you know that. It's just blown fresh air into this building in a way you cannot imagine. And the two of you, you've done the same thing in this conversation. I just want you to know that, because coming here, being a Republican and a Democrat on the same stage, showing how it's been done for 35 years, I don't know, that just makes me feel like optimistic about the future. And I think we're going to all work hard and do this together. And thank you so much.
Well, thank you. You set a great example a few years ago with us, and we're really grateful for that. Thank you so much.
Deeply indebted.
I'm so happy.
Oh, wow. Wow, this was, that got to me. Thank you so much, Esther. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Jonathan. Words of wisdom for us all, and a great way for us to think. And this is exactly what we're taking on and trying to do here in this institute. And that discussion is really a perfect segue to introduce our next speaker. The Knight Foundation's commitment to freedom of speech and investment in protecting the First Amendment makes them an ideal partner this year for what will be one of IGP's signature series going forward, Across the Aisle. This series will bring together leaders from across the ideological spectrum and around the world with a focus on how to govern, lead, and forge consensus in our polarized world. So please join me in welcoming Mark Lavallee, who is the Director of Technology Product Strategy for the Journalism Program at the Knight Foundation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So yes, I'm Mark Lavallee. I help run the journalism program at the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation. I am not Jim Brady, the name in your program. He's my boss. He unfortunately got called away at the last minute, so I'm standing here in his place. He sends his apologies to everyone, especially to Governor Hogan, who was close with Jim's parents. Thank you also to Secretary Clinton and to Dean Yarhi Milo. I'm honored to represent Knight Foundation at this important summit to mark the opening of the Institute of Global Politics at Columbia University. Knight Foundation is dedicated to supporting free expression, vibrant communities, and a more effective democracy. We believe the productive exchange of ideas fosters the shared understanding necessary to attain these goals. In the 20th century, the Knight brothers built one of the most successful newspaper companies in America. They were committed to great journalism because, more importantly, they were committed to their communities. Communities like Detroit, Akron, Ohio, Miami, Macon, Georgia, and many others. Jack Knight, who is the editor-in-chief of each of their fiercely independent newspapers, believed in the crucial role of the free press in its playing in our democratic system. A well-informed community, determining its own true interests, Jack Knight would say, is essential to the functioning of democracy. The Knight brothers believed that people of good faith, armed with a shared set of facts, could debate one another and find common ground, even across the aisle. In many places today, that would sound quaint. But what might be the most obvious statement of the afternoon is our national discourse is languishing. People of good faith are finding it difficult, if not impossible, to have productive conversations. But here today, I think we're seeing the precipice of that change. Professor Wu earlier even used the word dissent. I think that's a good start. And this is the right home for that effort. Knight has had a long and fruitful partnership with Columbia University. More than 20 years ago, we endowed the Knight Chair in Journalism in the Graduate School of Journalism logical. We've been proud to support several initiatives in the Journalism School's Tao Center for Digital Journalism as well. But the challenges in communication in support of social cohesion are not just journalism problems. So in 2016, we invested $30 million to co-found the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia, which defends the freedoms of speech and the broader press in the digital age. Even on campuses like this one, where the spirit of exploration should thrive, we're seeing concerning trends. Knight regularly surveys college students nationwide about their attitudes on free expression and campus speech. And in our most recent report in 2022, we found mixed attitudes. Most students still believe the exposure to a wide variety of ideas is important. And while they favor policies to limit racist speech, they otherwise tend to reject restrictions on the flow of ideas. But some 65% say they feel their school climate stifles free expression, and only about half of students continue to say they personally feel comfortable expressing dissenting ideas in class. This all points to a real need to see disagreement, productive disagreement, modeled. And the Institute for Global Politics will do just that. It will take the spirit of open inquiry that should be at the heart of the academic experience and expand it to the world's challenges. In so doing, it can help to form at a global scale Jack Knight's vision of a well-informed community determining its own true interests. The problems before us today are great. We are all living in a world brimming with complexities and challenges. A lot of the things that we've heard about today, partisan divides, AI-fueled digital disruption, labor and capital facing off as they haven't in decades. Amidst this, we are called upon to reimagine our civic infrastructure, to dismantle structural barriers that obstruct economic opportunity for historically marginalized communities, to reform education, policing, criminal justice, and to balance the necessity of economic growth with the reality of an increasingly uninhabitable planet. Jack Knight would tell us the solutions to these problems will be found through good faith debate. I believe we're all part of this summit, of this important new institute, because we believe that too. It is said that the quality of our conversations dictates the quality of our society. Simply put, we are inaugurating this Institute of Global Politics to encourage good conversations. I'm happy to kick off a great one featuring two thoughtful governors from opposing political parties who, in the words of great Columbia Law graduate and Columbia Law professor Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, know how to disagree without being disagreeable. To do that, I want to turn the mic back over to Dean Yarhi Milo. Thank you.
Thank you. In the spirit of modeling civil discourse, we could not have asked for a better or a timelier inaugural across the aisle. We have not one, but two governors, one a proud Democrat, the other a proud Republican. Governor Kathy Hochul is the 57th and first female governor of the great state of New York. When she was elected to Congress in 2011, she won in a long-standing Republican congressional district in New York State. The governor began her distinguished career as an aide to the late Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, and her public record reflects his values and commitment to progressive causes. She will be in a conversation with Larry Hogan, who until this past January served as the popular governor of Maryland. When he was elected in 2014, he became only the second Republican governor of that state in 50 years. As governor, he was known for his pragmatic views and for working across the aisle, and he has been outspoken about the need for a third party in U.S. politics. A former small business owner, he started Change Maryland, the largest nonpartisan grassroots citizen organization in that state's history. We have one of the best in the business to moderate this discussion. Andrea Mitchell has been a fixture of nightly news going back several decades. She's currently NBC News Chief Washington and Foreign Affairs Correspondent. It is an honor to have the governors and Andrea Mitchell with us. Please join me in welcoming them to SIPA, to the inaugural Across the Aisle event.
Oh, wow. What a great gathering. Thank you all so much. It's wonderful to be here on this wonderful campus. Secretary Clinton, I'm just so excited that you've inaugurated this and so pleased to be invited to be here. And there's no better example of someone who worked across the aisle, could be a fierce partisan when she needed to be, but was really interested in governing and in being, well, the great Secretary of State that I was privileged to cover around the world many times. 112 countries, was it, Madam Secretary? And to be here with these two wonderful governors. I know Governor Hogan a little bit better than Governor Hochul because I'm a former New Yorker, but long ago. And Maryland is, of course, right outside of District of Columbia, and so we were covering you all the time. But this is, frankly, a breath of fresh air. I've just come from anchoring a show live where the sole topic, well, there were several topics. There was Matt Gaetz trying to take down the speaker saying he was going to fight back, both parties caucusing, the Republican conference, the Democratic caucus today, and coming out with no real consensus. And there were opinions on all sides, but most of the Democrats were saying, basically, why should we bail him out? He started an inappropriate impeachment hearing. He went back on a debt ceiling agreement, and then the Republicans saying, Matt Gaetz doesn't represent anyone, and they're going to be fighting it out on the floor as we speak. I brought my phone in case it breaks while we're here, because I once made the mistake of not carrying my phone in Aspen on stage when I was interviewing the Director of National Intelligence right after the Helsinki summit, where President Trump agreed with Vladimir Putin and rejected his own intelligence agencies, controversially. And while we were on stage, the president invited Putin for a return visit in the coming days, and that all was breaking around me, and people were trying to signal me, and I didn't have my phone, so a producer had to crawl up on the stage and pass me a note. And I read the note out loud to the Director of National Intelligence, who unfortunately, for himself and maybe for the country, responded very honestly with, laughter at what the president had just done, which I'm told later by him and by the White House was what was really the end of his career, because he got fired several months later for that. So my phone is here in case anyone does anything crazy, but nothing crazy is going to happen on the stage. No. So let me get to some of these questions, because we want to talk about working across the aisle, and the two of you have done this throughout your careers. You can fight for your political party and for your campaigns and your re-elections, but you know that you are in office to govern. That's the principle, and that's the kind of conversation I think that Secretary Clinton wants to engender here. So this is the spark. Governor Hochul, you've had quite a time. Floods, I don't know what other plagues can hit you, but at least there's some happy news with Charlotte, 9-year-old Charlotte being discovered. So that's part of governing, is dealing with emergencies, and at least you've come from a relatively happy ending. She's not physically harmed.
No, she is with her parents, and when I was with her parents 24 hours after the abduction up in a state park, which I run the state parks, I wanted to give them hope. I gave them a lot of love and hugs, but you just have this sinking feeling as every hour passes, the chance of this reunion is going to decline. So it's one of those few moments in life when you just have that sense of pure joy knowing the very human side of a governor has to be revealed as well. And just to say, I'm a mom, I can't imagine anything happen to my child. And so, but I also, we have to govern. I have to deploy resources. I have to say, is that enough people? Or what are we doing with FBI? What is, do we have enough people in this part of the park? So you really have to, take your human side of you and just solve problems. And that's such a difference between being a legislator and someone in the executive branch. I've served at every level of government, from local government to county to member of Congress to lieutenant governor to governor. I've seen it all. But the one that actually makes the most difference, and I'm sure Larry will agree with this one, and many things he'll agree with me on today, is that you don't have any choice. I mean, yes, it's campaign time, you take your shots, but we have a job to do. And that's something I wish they'd understand in Washington. You're elected to do a job. And a radical idea I have is that, like, we have to govern and deal with people on all sides of the aisle. Just do your jobs and put America first. I mean, that should be the simple lodestar that guides every decision you make. Politics will find its way into the election that's coming around the corner, but my gosh, so that's an example of just people doing their jobs, the law enforcement, the community, everybody coming together to a wonderfully successful outcome, and I was really glad I could be there.
And it was the state police who found the clue, the fingerprint on the ransom note.
It is very, very rare to get a ransom note in a child abduction case, and at 4:20 a.m., we had surveillance on the parents' house. So clearly he knew where she was from, and he just slipped in the mailbox, and it's dark, so they tracked him down, but the fingerprint on the ransom note. And it's extraordinary. So there are good days in this business as well. Today was certainly one, and last night was extraordinary.
And you've had experiences, good and bad, but with law enforcement, how much I'm going to ask both of you this, how much are you concerned that law enforcement is not being respected, that there has been, because of social media and the other media, cable and the like, amplifying discordant voices? Now we have much less monitoring, and there's actually a Supreme Court case now about to be argued. Today, I think, there were oral arguments on the cases in Texas and Florida where whatever guardrails there were on social media are going to be debated.
Well, first of all, let me just start out by saying I agree with everything the governor said. We were off on the right foot, and I want to congratulate you and thank you for your leadership. I did this privately before we walked out here, but what an amazing positive outcome for that story with that beautiful little girl that you were, I thought it showed great leadership on behalf of the governor, tremendous job by law enforcement working together. And I also thought the way that you went out and communicated to the public about exactly what happened and how we don't get those positive outcomes very often, and I think the governor is to be congratulated, her whole team and all the law enforcement. The job that they did. Thank you. I don't know where to go with that. There's so much to say, and I want to keep the answer brief. But yeah, when all this kind of anti-police rhetoric got out of control, there were people across America that were talking about defunding the police. We had a city council member in Baltimore City that wanted to eliminate the police, and yet we've got rampant violence. And so I was one of the first leaders in America, elected leaders, to speak out against it and saying, if you want to improve policing and you want to do something about the violent crime, we've got to invest more in law enforcement so we can do a better job of recruiting and training and to give them the equipment and the body cams, and we do better retention and get a better quality of officer. And we got to support the men and women who put their lives on the line every day to protect the rest of us. So I started a refund the police initiative where I invested 50% more into state and local police and hired more officers. And the people in Baltimore City and other places were happy that they took that step because they're concerned about the safety in their own neighborhood. So I think we were demonizing. We certainly had some issues that had to be addressed, but saying you want to improve policing by defunding the police is like saying you want to improve education by defunding the schools. It was absurd, and I think most people have come around to changing the messaging and the discussion on that. But we had 89 days after I was governor, we had the worst violence in 47 years break out in our largest city of Baltimore after the death of a young man named Freddie Gray. And it was, we had 300 businesses destroyed in the first few hours, 120-some police and firefighters injured and in shock trauma at our hospitals. And I declared a state of emergency and sent in 4,000 members of the National Guard and 1,000 police officers. And immediately, stop the violence, but helped continue the peaceful demonstrations. And I walked the streets of Baltimore for a week, meeting with faith leaders and community leaders and the NAACP, and walking Freddie Gray's neighborhood and trying to lower the temperature and listen to the concerns. And in 2020, when we had disturbances in cities across America, Baltimore was peaceful because the citizens worked with us to keep them calm, and they actually supported law enforcement and helped turn in some of the bad actors that came in from outside of the area to incite violence.
Well, and in fact, defunding the police was always a very minor view. It was never a policy. Jim Clyburn stated that over and over again. It was never the Democratic policy.
Right.
It was to refocus, retrain, and that legislation unfortunately never passed, I think. But the majority view. But I think I'm speaking more broadly about January 6th and about the rhetoric against the Justice Department and law enforcement and prosecutors and judges, which repeated again today, because the other thing that was hardly across the aisle is the trial that's going on down in Lower Manhattan, where you have, one of the defendants, the former president, speaking out against the judge and the attorney general day after day in very aggressive terms.
There are some basic tenets of a civilization, and that is you have to have order. And when chaos reigns in our streets, people turn to government for solutions. We understand that. I understand the outrage that swept this country after every one of us were shocked at seeing George Floyd murdered in cold blood. And there was understanding about the outrage and the way that Amir was held up to our country that questioned, how could this happen? But also gave us a chance to reset relationships with law enforcement and let law enforcement know that there is still the majority of us who respect what they do. I need them to be strong. They police, particularly my communities of color, where there have been waves of crime. And it's the shop owners in Brooklyn and the Bronx who say to me, can you make the crime go away? I want to be able to be safe again. So we can't let the loud voices on one extreme or the other dictate our policy or even the narrative around our parties. And so I reject that Democrats support defunding the police. I have invested more, similar to what Larry Hogan did, I've invested more in law enforcement and policing strategies and training than anyone in the history of our state, and I'll continue to do that. But it's also, I work to foster understanding and relationships and sensitivity and understand, hire people that are more diverse and look like the community. So there's ways that we can try to control it, but I've said I don't want anyone in my presence who's talking about defunding the police, because that is so extreme and it's so anti who we are, because they're the ones that allow us to have the freedoms and the ability to go freely and security. And when we have a crime wave like we had during the pandemic, crime went up all over America. It's interesting to hear some Republican governors, crime wave in New York City. We're the safest big city in America. We truly are. These subway crimes, that's all you see in the news, subway crimes. We have over 6 million people on the subway every day. There are on average 4 to 6 incidences, and I'm not talking about shootings, I'm talking about something, someone steals a cell phone or hits someone, or someone with a mental health episode. We know it's a problem, and we'll never say it's satisfactory, but also these narratives they surround a party sometimes, or policies, and they're so wrong, but they get a lot of clicks. Boy, they get a lot of attention, right? That's far more interesting than saying, oh, the crime rate under Governor Hochul is down, 35%. Shootings are down. The top 4 states in America with the lowest rate of homicides per 100,000, the top 4 or 5, we're number 4. It's Hawaii, it's New Jersey, it's Massachusetts, and New York. All Democratic states, so these are the safe states. So that's something we have to fight against, is the narrative that's out there that Democrats are lawless, that we support defunding the police, and that we don't care about civilized society.
Let's talk about something that's closely related, which is gun violence. You've both had terrible experiences. When the Capitol Gazette killings happened in 2018, you responded with some gun reform measures, gun safety measures. You did after the horrible Buffalo grocery shootings. How did you, as a Republican governor and a leader of your party, head of the Republican governors, and head of the NGA as well, how did you have the support
to get gun legislation through?
Well, I think this is one of those issues that, like the one we just talked about, where the parties talk past each other. You know, we all want solutions, and everybody wants less gun crime. But there's a lot of finger pointing, and people are trying to score points on both sides. Just, you know, you were talking about the defund police was just a narrative that took hold, and the Republicans are messing. On gun control, it's the same thing. So we have, I think, the toughest gun laws in America in Maryland, and New York has some of the toughest gun laws. But it's not stopping all the gun crime. And so when the Capitol shooting was tragic, I was there that day when those journalists were killed. You know, I signed into law a red flag law that would keep guns out of the hands of the mentally ill. And this guy would have been stopped if we had that law in place, could have been stopped at least, because he showed all kinds of signs that he's mental health issues and threats and things that we're doing. It's not a very popular thing among Republicans, but I've always, my whole life, believed that we need to keep guns out of the hands of the mentally ill and out of the hands of criminals with criminal backgrounds. And I'm for a universal background check, which a lot of Republicans don't support. However, I don't think just gun laws and gun restriction laws are the total answer, because we have tough laws. We still have 300 some people murdered in Baltimore. Every single day there's a shooting because we're not really, there's no accountability or no tough prosecution of the people shooting people with guns. So I tried to pass through my legislation. I mean, we're the bluest state in America. We have a 75% progressive Democratic legislature in both houses. I passed some of the first criminal justice reform in America. We lowered our prison population, Second Chance Act, retraining, lots of things we worked with Democrats. I could not get tougher sentencing for repeat violent offenders and people that committed felonies with a gun. And so the problem is, it's mostly gang-driven, drug-driven. You have the mental health is a big issue, which we need to invest more. We try to divert more money from the prisons into mental health and drug treatment. But the criminal element don't follow gun laws. You know, and law-abiding citizens aren't usually the ones shooting people in the streets. And so even if you have tough gun laws, if people we're not arresting people for shootings and murders and committing repeat felonies, that's a problem. And that's when we have to come together and say, let's have reasonable, let's keep guns out of the hands of the bad guys without restricting all of the law-abiding citizens, and let's maybe have some accountability and punish the people that keep committing the crimes.
No, I commend you for the red flag laws and the universal background checks. Put those right in the no-brainer category. And why that's not a national policy, I'll never understand. And shame on Congress for not being able to get that done, because it makes sense. I was just checking our statistics after the Buffalo massacre, and we'll call it still a Senator Clinton to us, because Secretary Clinton was our senator. She knows Buffalo, she knows all of upstate, she knows the gun culture that is actually in most of the state, with the exception of the 5 boroughs. So in our own state, we have very divergent views on guns, on gun safety issues. So that's something we also have to deal with. But you look at the fact that someone was able to, at age 18, on their 18th birthday, walk into a store and buy a weapon that's designed for the battlefield, a military-style assault weapon at age 18, and be able to use that. He literally was looking for a place with the darkest, the blackest population, he said. Well, that could have been, I did the math, I did a GPS, 3 hours to Buffalo was the closest black population he could find, but he also could have been in 3 hours and 15 minutes been in the Bronx. So that was that arbitrary that he came to Buffalo, but targeted this community, went to a grocery store 10 minutes from my home, that's my neighborhood, and shot people with just a depraved heart and cruelty, following a manifesto that he had read from the massacre in New Zealand, the Christchurch massacre. We could get another whole topic about the influence in social media and how this information out there, if you call it information, this hate speech and these white supremacist views are out there so readily available for someone to really absorb that content and act on it. So we had to have laws to change at age 21 to buy an assault weapon. I would have liked to ban it, but I'm not able to. The red flag laws, we now, since I instituted improving upon those, we had 12,000 orders of protection issued to stop someone who otherwise could do harm to themselves or someone else. That's the whole nature of a red flag law. So we've made those changes, and again, violent crime is heading way down in New York State, even in the 5 boroughs. We have they call the nuisance crimes, the crimes of against property, car thefts are up and others, but it takes courage. It takes courage to stand up to a belief in a party that there are no laws that are acceptable for someone who owns a gun because of the Second Amendment. That interpretation has been misappropriated, is the nicest way I'll say it. It's just wrong. That we have to go back to the founding fathers to determine what our gun laws should be here today. And that's not me saying that. That's what the Supreme Court said last year when they struck down a law I had in the books for 100 years to stop people from carrying a concealed carry weapon on our New York State subways. So this is the battle we're in now. It's not just Congress. We're at war with the Supreme Court that is openly hostile to the rights of a governor. Talk about states' rights. I had to work hard to try and get the pieces back so you don't have people walking through Times Square with a gun in their pocket. That's a recipe for disaster, lawlessness, the likes of which we do not want to see here in New York. So it's standing up to that is critical. I think more people should do that. And there's a path forward, just common sense people saying, do you want to save lives or not? Does this policy work in Maryland? It worked in New York. Why not make it a nationwide policy? It's not that hard.
Just today, we heard from Henry Cuellar, the Democratic congressman from Texas, who was carjacked last night, a mile from the Capitol, right near the Navy Yard. As he described it, 3 punks, each with guns, were in front of him, one behind him, one on the side, and wanted his car keys. And he said, when I saw 3 guns, I handed over my car keys. And
that's the point I was trying to make, that even though Maryland, New York, and D.C. have the toughest gun laws, it's not stopping the shootings or the carjackings or the murders, because they're still getting guns. And they're not, if you're a murderer or a drug dealer or a gang member and you're violent, you don't really go say, I have to go check the registration.
It's arguably a national problem. Let me talk to you about voting, because we're heading into what we could say is the most important election of our lifetime, potentially. And you ran into some Republican opposition on an early voting law.
I was just trying to do what Larry Hogan did in Maryland, that's what I should say. You have early voting. You have access to the ballot box should be about as mom and apple pie as anything we ever talk about. Why would you want to have restrictions? Why would you make it harder for people to exercise a right that thousands of people before our time have lost their lives on battlefields across this world to defend the right to vote? And I simply did pass legislation, signed legislation last week, a package of 10 bills that said that people in the state of New York could vote by mail 10 days before the election. You would think that I was proposing the end of civilization as we know it. I mean, oh my God. And you look at the credibility of the people that were attacking me. One certain congresswoman from the North Country. Wait a minute, you supported the overturning of an election. You did not criticize an assault on the symbol of our democracy, our nation's capital, and you're okay with George Santos lying his way to the job. Haven't heard you talk about the trial going on in New York City, but I'm the one undermining democracy because, my God, people could vote by mail, as they did during the pandemic so successfully, as they've done in 14 other states, including Republican states. So this is what we're having to deal with. I mean, it's so irrational. It's maddening, but for someone like myself, I say bring it on. I mean, you want to take me on about democracy in the state? I'll have that debate any day of the week.
Well, we've been doing vote by mail in Maryland for like 30 years, and a lot of people.
That's what I'm saying.
A lot of people. We've never had an issue.
Can you tell Elise Stefanik
we
that?
expanded early voting. We tried. This is it shouldn't be a partisan issue. About let's try to get more people participating in democracy and expressing their opinions and voting for the people and the issues they care about. I don't know how it got so far off track. I mean, with the President Trump attacking the credibility of elections. Look, we want to make sure everyone has a chance to vote, and we want to make sure the votes are counted fairly. But this false attack on that was scaring people off, and it really hurt Republicans because we typically, for years, even though we don't have very many Republicans, they voted by mail far more often than Democrats because it was a lot of older voters who said it's easier to vote by mail than showing up and standing in line at the poll. Well, now no Republicans turned out because they were told not to. It really advantaged the Democrats.
Okay.
But look, and talk about standing up to democracy, and just a little bit of a segue. The assault on the Capitol was the worst thing that's happened in our nation, and I immediately sent the Maryland State Police, 250 riot-trained police, and I called up the Maryland National Guard, and leaders of Congress were calling me as the next-door governor begging for help, and we were the first ones to arrive, the first Maryland National Guard, the Maryland State Police. And so, I mentioned earlier about the standing up and taking action when we had rioting in Baltimore, but I stood up and took action when there was assault on democracy as well.
No, you did.
Keeping people safe and standing up for law, the rule of law, is our most important job as governors.
Well, and you were standing in because the District of Columbia, I'm a resident there, as is the secretary, at least, has a residence there. Our mayor has no right to call in the National Guard. She has to get that permission from the president or the Secretary of the Army. And
it's supposed
that
to be the
was
Secretary
not
of Defense. A quick story on
Secretary of
that.
Defense, rather.
So we called up the troops right away. We tried to get the approval of the Secretary of Defense. Couldn't get it. Steny Hoyer calls me on his cell phone. He's in a room with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, and he says, Governor, the Capitol Police are overrun. We desperately need your help. There's no one here. And I said, Steny, Maryland State Police are on the way. Should be there any moment. I've already activated the Guard. They're mobilizing on the border of the district. And the mayor had called me. We could not get the approval of the Secretary of Defense for 2.5 hours. As we were taking action and sending people, the president was sitting in the Oval Office or in the White House watching television and taking no action. And finally, 2.5 hours later, I get a call on my cell phone I don't recognize. I answer it anyway. I normally would say, let it go to voicemail. And the guy says, Governor, this is Ryan McCarthy. I'm the acting Secretary of the Army. Could you please send the National Guard? And I was like, it's good enough for me. It's not the Secretary of Defense. I'm sending them in.
And that was, I should add, that's all documented in the January 6th committee report. All of that was testified to.
Yeah, I testified.
That whole sequence. Speaking of elections, I wanted to ask you about third-party runs and No Label. You're the national co-chair of third party of No Labels, bipartisan. But as you know, there's a lot of concern among Democrats, I'm sure you've heard it, that would lead to, if it is a Biden-Trump rematch, that would lead to the re-election of Donald Trump, which is something you don't support.
I followed all of that, and I'm not sure I agree with it, but I got involved in this my whole career has been about bipartisanship and trying to reach across the aisle to come up with common sense solutions to problems that the governor was talking about earlier. And I was chairman of the National Governors Association. I got all 50 governors to agree on a number of things like infrastructure. The No Labels, that's what they've been about for 13 years. It had nothing to do with this new iteration. They have the Problem Solvers Caucus who got infrastructure done, who are the ones taking us back from the brink and trying to resolve the budget crisis right now. It's people in the center, 32 Democrats, 32 Republicans. This organization was formed by people that worked in the Clinton administration. They're Democrats. Joe Lieberman was the founding chairman. They asked me to be an honorary chairman 3 years ago, and I believed in what they were doing. It is a very bipartisan group. Now, there's a demand out there, and they're thinking about this, and it's not something I'm pushing, it's not something I'm actively pursuing, but 70% of the people in America currently do not want Donald Trump or Joe Biden to be the nominees. And so they're looking for, could there be another alternative? 68% of the people in the country have said they would consider an alternative. 44% of the people in the country are now registered independent, which is far more than there are Democrats or Republicans. And 59% of the Democrats don't want Joe Biden, and 50% of the Republicans don't want Donald Trump, and yet that's going to be the choice. So that's what's driving this kind of demand for this group to say, for the good of the country, can you put together a unity ticket of a Republican and Democrat to come together? I don't know if it's going to work. So we're a long way from what happens in the spring. But I frankly, I think I'm working very hard to try to nominate someone other than Donald Trump. I'm not having a lot of success for my party. And I think the Democrats would be better with a stronger candidate, because I'm afraid that the two of them are the two least popular presidents in American history. And they're both in the 30s. And so if you talk about a spoiler that's going to help nominate Donald Trump, maybe a stronger Democratic nominee would be the way to stop that.
Governor Hochul?
Well, I agree with Governor Hogan on an awful lot of things, but not that one. I support President Biden, and history will judge him more fairly than the current day does. They'll look at all the work he did on infrastructure. As the governor, I'm thrilled that he was able to get billions of dollars of infrastructure dollars so I could finish the Gateway Tunnel that dozens of elected officials before were not able to do. You don't ever want to disrupt the heartbeat of the rail line from New York to Baltimore. So we're making those investments. Investments in chips manufacturing. This didn't happen under anybody else. We're going to have 50,000 jobs in upstate New York. When Micron comes, they could have gone anywhere. In fact, they were going toward Texas, and I lasted them back. So there's a lot he's done in terms of the clean energy initiatives and internet accessibility, broadband across our states. So history will look at what he did, analogous to some of the accomplishments of not just FDR, but LBJ. So I've studied history a long time. People rarely love the person who's in power at the moment, and I think that people realize that he was a strong president, and I am concerned about this alternative because there's naturally a rejection against the person who's in now in favor of the new flavor, and I think that could be harmful to talk about an assault on democracy. If we elect Donald Trump, heaven help us, and I don't want any path going forward that could end up with that result, inadvertently or not.
Well, and I'll just throw out there that there's a Democrat now talking about a third party, Ron, that has nothing to do with no labels or a unity ticket or a Republican at the top of the ticket, which might take from Donald Trump. But it's just something we're going to have to figure out. But I just think that there's a lot. You just look at polling; people are not really pleased with the two choices. I wasn't making a personal attack on Joe Biden.
No.
It's what Democrats are saying.
No, but I think 1 year from now there'll be a binary choice between two candidates.
Yep.
It will be Biden versus Trump, and this country needs to reelect Joe Biden.
Well, we unfortunately have to leave it there. It's been lively and productive. I think we've heard some great agreements as well as one minor little disagreement. But I just want to thank both of you, Governor Hochul, Governor Hogan, for participating in this because it's been my privilege to be here with you and to see two people who really believe in the service of public service.
Thank you for inviting us, Secretary Clinton.
Thank you, Secretary Clinton.
Thank you all very much for having us.
In advance of our next panel, titled Women Shaping Diplomacy, please enjoy the trailer for the Netflix show, The Diplomat.
Welcome to London, Ambassador Wilder.
Tell me how. I'm the ambassador's wife.
My husband was an ambassador for a long time. This will be an adjustment.
You need to lean into the Cinderella thing.
I'm not doing this the way you would.
That's fine, just don't do it wrong. Not great.
I will rain hellfire upon them.
It's not Iran. We should be looking at Russia and Saudi Arabia.
Your intelligence is the best tool we have to de-escalate a situation that is spinning out of control.
Here to help.
You don't work for the U.S. government.
This is new to me. Both of you at the same time. I could use less of it.
If everybody hates you, Hal, it all stops.
You hate me, still sitting on your bed.
This just keeps getting better.
You want my help? You don't want my help. I'm the smartest man you ever met, biggest idiot in the world. Can't we admit that I am not the only problem?
He is way over the line.
If the house is on fire, you gotta tell me.
The house is on fire.
I'm supposed to run this place. Thanks to your intervention, I will. Look at f***ing psychotic! I would like to speak to the Secretary of State, please.
Oh my, wow. Okay, we'll give everybody a chance to come in because you're not going to want to miss this panel. Let me thank Governors Hochul and Hogan, and thank you, Andrea, for facilitating that. It was very good to hear from both of them. This next panel is obviously very close to my heart. Women have always played both informal and formal roles in security and peacekeeping. They've been unsung agents of change in conflict and in more peaceful times. But luckily, we have seen a lot more representation in official capacities in recent years, and global diplomacy is the stronger for it. Now, the show you just saw, it's pretty exciting, the trailer for The Diplomat. It's a little more exciting than some of the lives of the real women it depicts, but there's been some real moments that I think every one of our panelists is going to be able to reflect that, it can get pretty stressful from time to time. The women joining us today are just extraordinary. They have engaged in high-stakes diplomacy, development. They have worked their hearts out to keep our country strong and safe, and they have a lot to share with us. So let me begin by welcoming Deborah Kahn, the executive producer and showrunner of Netflix's The Diplomat, Henrietta Fore, the former executive director of UNICEF, the director of USAID, current chair and CEO of Holzman International, Ambassador Beth Jones, former ambassador to Kazakhstan, chargé to India. She just told me she's going back, coming out of retirement. We've pulled her out of retirement all the time. She is one of the great frontline diplomats. She's on her way to Egypt. Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield, currently serving as U.S. Ambassador to the UN. Former ambassador to Liberia, where she dealt with the aftermath of a vicious civil war. One of the very first American diplomats to negotiate with the Taliban when she was working on refugee issues in Pakistan in the mid-1990s. Maria Jovanovic, former U.S. ambassador to Armenia, Kyrgyzstan, and Ukraine, and somebody who literally has been on the front lines. And our moderator, Erin Haynes, editor-at-large for The 19th, a nonprofit and independent news organization. I think it's fair to say, Erin, originally named for the 19th Amendment, which gave American women the right to vote. So please join me in welcoming this amazing panel.
Having a great inaugural summit. Congratulations again to the Institute for Global Politics. As Secretary Clinton mentioned, my name is Erin Haynes. I'm editor-at-large for The 19th, and yes, it is named for the 19th Amendment. We cover the intersection of rights, power, gender equity, really at the center of what we do, and so I'm just so thrilled to be a part of this inaugural summit and thrilled to be part of a program that is so aligned with our values as a newsroom. So thank you so much. Let me also just say, would watch a podcast where Secretary Clinton recaps The Diplomat. Just put that out there. So please join me in welcoming our distinguished and esteemed panelists. Secretary Clinton, I just want to say, I read the op-ed that you wrote on the late Senator Dianne Feinstein, whose trailblazing political career obviously included being the first woman to chair the Senate Intelligence Committee. And so I just really want to open our discussion by offering anybody who has any thoughts or reflections on Senator Feinstein to take that opportunity now.
Wow, I guess I've been selected. She really was a trailblazer for all of us, and watching her in action for so many years really gave all of us hope for the future of women in politics. So her departure sends a real chill over all of us.
I'll just add into Linda's thoughts. She was a very thoughtful senator, and that made a difference. So she reached across the aisle, she understood the issues, she cared about the issues. She was certainly interested in Asia and how the United States would interact in the future in Asia. And those areas of knowledge were very important for the administrations and for the civil service, as well as for Congress.
Absolutely. Well, thank you both for that. I know we just saw that brief trailer from The Diplomat. Deb, I'm going to come to you first. Obviously, as creator and showrunner of The Diplomat, you had the privilege of spending time and becoming acquainted with the careers of many of the women on this stage, the real diplomats, if you will. What can you tell us about what drew you to tell the story of the diplomatic lifestyle, and why did you feel that this story was so important to be told now?
There are a bunch of things that really pushed me toward this subject matter. One was an interest in who our leaders are in the world, who we want them to be and who we need them to be versus who they are. There was a moment a few years ago that really sort of drove me toward that. No one knows what it was. The thing that I think started first when I started working on a new show was Ambassador Yovanovitch had just testified in Congress. And I had met Ambassador Jones a couple of years earlier when I was writing for Homeland. She used to come in, and a lot of experts came in and talked to the staff about how to make it more real and what was the real versus the melodramatic, which is what we sort of lean toward. And she talked for a few minutes, and it became clear that there was nothing that we could come up with that was more melodramatic than what she would do on a Tuesday. So there was a moment where I called her up and I said, maybe I'm going to write about an ambassador. And she said, well, let me get you in touch with a couple of friends. And the next day she sent me a list of 40 female ambassadors. And I started going through that list and had the most incredible series of conversations. One of them I remember having with, I think it was Janet Bogue, or maybe it was Heather Conley. You know how presidents, when they leave a letter in the desk and it says inspiring things about how you're worried about filling the shoes, but the moment will come to you and you will rise to meet the moment. Well, Janet and Heather said that there was a letter that got left in the desk from one female ambassador to the next female ambassador, and it said you should always have a go bag in your office, and it should contain sneakers and a rope, because you may have to rappel down the side of the building and run. Wow. And these were stories that I had never heard, and nobody has heard. And these are the people who, with a very sort of quiet and unassuming manner, march around the world being really the front line of diplomacy. Before we put boots on the ground, we put suits on the ground. They're the first ones in, and they're the last ones out, and we never know anything about what they do.
Yeah, absolutely. Raise your hand if you had that go bag.
We always had to go back, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, as we know, women were not permitted into the diplomatic corps in the United States until 1922. And it wasn't really until the last few decades that we began to really see women in leadership positions. But of course, this new wave of women leadership did not appear overnight. In 1981, for example, Jean Kirkpatrick became the first woman to serve as U.S. ambassador to the UN. Years later, in 1997, Madeleine Albright was named Secretary of State, preceding Condoleezza Rice and Secretary Clinton in the 2000s. Ambassador Jones, I now want to come to you as part of that legacy. In your view, how has the emergence of women at the most senior ambassadorial levels shaped how diplomacy is really conducted?
Thank you very much. I want to start by saying that my mother was a graduate of Barnard. So that
yes,
connection with Columbia.
that part.
She went into the Foreign Service right after the Second World War, met my father in Munich, and when they were married, she was forced out of the Foreign Service. So that was what used to happen to women. There was a period of time in 1970 when women who had been forced out were invited back in at the jobs that they had had, even though they had, in the meantime, gone on to greater heights. But to get more to your question, it was at about the time that I joined the Foreign Service in 1970 that it became clear to the leaders of the Foreign Service, mostly men, that they were forcing women out just after they'd started, they'd been trained, they'd spent a lot of money. It's probably a money issue more than a gender issue. They'd spent a lot of money training these women, and they were being forced out for no reason. And so about the time I joined, it became okay for women men and women to marry in the Foreign Service. What is it about women that makes the Foreign Service a better place? And I would say that one of the things that I think we're very, very good at is, well, let me back up a little bit. To do our work, we have to listen. We have to ask a lot of questions. We have to try to figure out what's going on with the people that we're talking to in order to be able to understand where they're coming from, so that we can formulate our advocacy points in ways that meet their needs and wants. Yes. Because we can't go in and harangue them and shake our finger at them and think that's going to change behavior. It isn't going to change behavior. But if we can get them to understand what it is that we'd like to have happen, that might be something that they also agree with, and they can see why that's in their interest as well, then we're that much further along in terms of changing behavior in ways that meet the goals of the American people, which is, after all, the American people are our clients. There are plenty. I have plenty of male. We all have plenty of male colleagues who are very good at this too. But one of the things that a friend of mine has just written a book about feminist diplomacy or feminist politics. Stephanie Foster, and she says that what the thing to keep in mind is it's better to have a greater variety at the table. We've talked a lot about that today in various of the panels, that the more variety you have at the table, whether it's more women, certainly more ethnicities, more races, more gender identifications, whatever it is, that conversation is going to be richer, and therefore the result, I believe, is going to be better.
Absolutely. Well, we certainly believe in that at the 19th. So, and the idea that diplomacy is gendered is yet another thing to really consider. I wonder if anybody else has thoughts about how the ways in which diplomacy is gendered and what women specifically bring to the diplomacy conversation. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield or Ambassador Yovanovitch, if you have any thoughts on that, I'd love to hear those. Because I think we kind of see it play out on the diplomat, but as people who are living this, I wonder if you have some thoughts.
You know, just speaking from my own experience and my perspective, I have found that, and having dealt with President Sirleaf, who was the first woman president in Africa, that she brought, and I felt that I had that same skill, compassion to her approach to the job. And compassion is something that many of our male colleagues in the earlier days thought was soft, that it was not something that should be brought to the diplomatic table. It should not be brought to the negotiating table. But I found that it worked. It worked for me. I saw it work for her. I've seen it work with other women who are dealing with issues that are important, but also require a sense of compassion and kindness and openness to the other side. I think I may have heard you say, Beth, that you're going to deal with people you don't always agree with.
Right.
But ultimately, what you need to understand is that they are people, and you need to understand them and understand why they have come with this approach that is something you absolutely cannot accept or abide by. But there's some commonality that you have with that person. And so we tend to have the patience to find that commonality so that once you attach that string, you can deal with all of the other difficult issues. And it's something that I learned from women leaders, and I think is very effective in diplomacy.
Okay. Compassion, consensus. Ambassador Yovanovitch, what would you add?
I certainly agree with Beth and Linda that women have superpowers, and one of them is listening, and one of them is compassion. But I also think that partly because of the way we were raised, the way we came into the Foreign Service, the opportunities that were afforded or not afforded, I think women have a really superb work ethic. We have to work twice as hard in order to get to where we need to go. We don't get the same benefit of the doubt, even today. I mean, we've come a long way, baby, but even today, we aren't where we need to be. And so I think that work ethic, I heard Beth a couple nights ago talking about how, she and her cohort of female diplomats, when they came to the Foreign Service, they knew they had to be good at their jobs. They knew that they had to be subject matter experts first and foremost, and then everything else would follow. And I think that's still true today.
I have one quick story that encapsulates a bit of the basics of what we do.
Absolutely.
And that was when Henry Kissinger first arrived in Cairo after the '73 war, and he met with President Sadat for the first time. They were off on their own. I was at the intersection then. And when the team got back to the hotel, the assistant secretary was walking down the hall, and I grabbed him by the arm and said, "How did the meeting go?"
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "They liked each other." I said, No. How did the meeting go?" Thinking, what are the details? And he stopped and he turned to me and he said, "Beth, they liked each other. That's the most important thing. Everything else is easy."
Mm-hmm.
And that goes to compassion, understanding, asking the right questions, etc.
Yeah.
Relationship.
Yeah. Well, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, I want to come back to you because for the first time in history, we have 5 women, permanent representatives, presiding over the Security Council. I want to ask you, how has this leadership made a difference in terms of council priorities?
Well, it's been interesting, and I'll tell a story before I answer the question. When I saw Madeleine Albright before coming out to the council, she said, "I have my group of G7, women I work closely with." So when I got to the Security Council and saw that there were only 5 women, I'm like, darn, I have 2 less than Madeleine had. What is going on? And so when I saw her later, I said, you know, I'm working with the G5, but it really is sad that we only have 5. And she said, Linda, I had 7 in the entire General Assembly. I was the only woman on the Security Council.
Wow.
So we have made progress.
Actual progress, yes.
We actually have made a great deal of progress. And what I find is, even though we're there to represent our countries and we have differences, we are so much alike on so many issues. And we can drive an agenda that our male colleagues may not have an interest in, whether it's issues related to women's peace and security. It's how do you deal with issues of women not being brought to the table. Women sitting in the background but not sitting in the forefront. So we've all, as we served as presidents of the Security Council, ensured that we brought women briefers to the front of the table to brief Security Council members. And we have pushed, we call ourselves the Fab Five, so not the G5, but we are the Fab Five. And we do look for those opportunities to pressure our 10 male colleagues into supporting agendas that support issues related to women.
Well, that is very interesting, yes. Well, I want to come to both you, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, and Ambassador Yovanovitch to talk about Ukraine, since we have some of the foremost Ukraine experts on the stage. Is there a diplomatic solution to the war in Ukraine?
Well, you're in the front lines here. So first of all, I would say that yes, there is always a diplomatic solution to a global problem, always. But I think there is a season for everything, and I'm not sure that a diplomatic solution can be successful right now. First of all, Russia is waiting at least through our presidential elections of 2024, and we've heard former President Medvedev say that this war isn't going to end before 2025. I don't think the Russians are serious about negotiations. You need 2 serious partners. I don't think the Ukrainians are ready for diplomacy either, because they want to improve their situation on the ground. And they are. Every day, whether it's in the Black Sea, whether it's in the east, whether it's in the north, they are improving their situation with our help, which is why it's so important that we continue to provide them with assistance. But I think they're looking to have a strong negotiating table at the table backed up by the facts on the ground. And so right now, I'm not sure that a diplomatic solution is ripe exactly, but that doesn't mean that there isn't diplomacy going on, and I'll throw it to you on that one.
And we have always stood strongly behind a diplomatic solution. We tried diplomacy before the war started, and particularly with the Russians. And we have continued to support diplomacy as this war rages, as Russia continues its brutal attack on the people of Ukraine. But a diplomatic solution does not mean an immediate ceasefire, which is what some of the diplomatic efforts have called for, because a ceasefire actually rewards Russia for its attack on Ukraine by allowing them to hold on to their ill-begotten wealth, their territory that they have taken from the Ukrainians. A ceasefire does not bring about the accountability for this brutal attack, the atrocities that Russia has committed, the human rights violations, the war crimes that they have committed. So as we talk about a diplomatic solution and an end to the war, we have to also talk about accountability, which of course Russia does not want to talk about. We have to talk about what happens to Ukrainian territory, what happens to Ukrainian children who've been stolen. So there's so many parts of this diplomacy that will have to be taken into account before we actually get to a place where the 2 sides are sitting across the table from each other trying to figure out the path forward.
Well, thank you both for that insight. Ambassador Yovanovitch, I want to come back to you because normally career diplomats do not become household names, but you became one when you were removed from your post as U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine in 2019 because of a public and politically motivated campaign against you, and you had to testify in front of Congress. I wonder if you can share a little bit about that experience. You and I had a chance to kind of talk about that a little bit, some of your key takeaways, and also kind of what you really remember from that congressional testimony in particular.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. Key takeaways, I'll give you two very broad ones, and you can ask me other questions if you'd like. I guess the first big takeaway for me, and you may think that I'm super naive, but I always thought our democracy was unassailable. My parents were immigrants to this country. They came to the US after World War II. They'd lived in totalitarian countries, and they knew what it was not to be able to say what they wanted to say, not to worship the way they pleased, to be afraid. My father was a prisoner of war. They knew what it was to live in an authoritarian state. And so when they came to the United States, they were grateful for the shelter that was provided by the U.S. And they brought my brother and I up to believe in democracy, to believe in the Constitution and the privileges and the responsibilities that we have. Somewhere, they also taught us that we needed to give back, that everybody had a role in our democracy to do our small bit to preserve and defend our democracy. I mean, some people join the military, other people are part of the school PTA or whatever. It's all part of our civil society and what we do as concerned, engaged, informed citizens to build our country. And somewhere along the way, some of those core assumptions, I think, have gone by the by. And that really came home to roost for me in 2019. I mean, because my saga started long before it became public, where the President of the United States was using his position as the leader of our country to extort another country for personal and political gain, which I found shocking and surprising and wrong. And so you all know the story very well of what happened, but I think the key takeaway for me is that all of us need to do our bit to protect and defend our democracy, whatever that may be. In our case, the four of us over here on this side, that is working in diplomacy and protecting the interests of the American people and our values overseas and explaining what it is about America. Deborah, obviously you have a creative way of doing those same things, and you're in the press. I mean, all of those, I think, are ways that we contribute to the greatness of our country. But I think that was a key takeaway for me in that year, that we all need to be informed and engaged in the defense of our democracy. On a smaller note, what I would know is when there was so much noise in 2019 around the impeachment, and it was, I mean, I'll be candid, a very frightening time for me when the most powerful person in the world says she's going to go through some things, talking about me, and I didn't know what that meant. So it was a very frightening time, and I couldn't control any of that noise or what anybody else was saying or doing. But I told myself that what I could do was I could control myself, and that I had to get through this process because I didn't know where it was going to go and what it would mean for me personally in terms of going through some stuff. But that I had to get through that process with dignity and to the extent that I could, because the State Department as an institution was also under assault. And to the extent that I could bring honor to the State Department as well, and to my many colleagues who were doing just extraordinary things in the interests of the American people. So that was my other big takeaway, that you can't control everything else, but you can try to control yourself.
Henriette, I want to come to you because as the diplomat depicts on the show, diplomacy has many branches to it, whether we're talking about the State Department or the Department of Defense or USAID, and you were the first woman administrator of USAID. So talk about the nature of the relationship between aid and diplomacy, especially in conflict zones and countries, and how did your work really coincide with the U.S.'s diplomatic relationships?
Thank you. May I add into the earlier conversation about women leaders? One other thing that I've seen that I think is a real asset is that usually the women leaders build a network. I saw it with Secretary Clinton, I saw it with Secretary Albright, I saw it with Secretary Rice. But that network really allows women leaders to have a community around them for personal and professional reasons. And when you're working in a USAID or in development, you see it in communities too. There are communities of women that are looking after the health, the education of the community. They're the ones who are looking after the children. But there's a network effect that can't be underestimated.
That's such a good point that you're raising, and I wonder if, I mean, I would think that that probably is something that is sustaining even beyond whatever the role is that you may be in at the time. Like these are lasting, kind of lifelong relationships, it certainly seems.
They are decades long, but it's an asset. So the development community is a large and vibrant community and very exciting. And it does humanitarian and development work, and it does it alongside the diplomats. And the diplomats also do humanitarian and development work. So we're all very intertwined, as Deb is writing on her show. So it's usually the business arm. It has the projects and the programs. So it's loved at the ambassadorial level, at the Prime Minister and President, and at the grassroots, which makes it an exciting activity and one very important for the United States, but also for all the countries that you're working in, because it has to reflect the culture of the people, it has to reflect their hopes and dreams, and that's what the United States would like to help them achieve so that there's peace and prosperity in the world. But right now, we have between 300 and 400 man-made or natural disasters a year, of which, as Linda knows better than anyone, 50 or 60 might be armed conflicts, 20 to 30 will be officially declared wars, and it means that it is a very frightening and volatile time around the world. And I think that volatility is something we're going to have for the next decade, probably 2 decades. It is economic, as we heard this morning. It is political, it is social, and it's also military, but there's going to be a volatility. And so therefore, it's a time when foreign assistance and foreign aid and diplomats are going to be exceptionally needed. And so all of our tools on the humanitarian and development side, which need to be seamless, have to be put to work, because most of the worry comes from failing states, from where there are voids. We learned this during ISIS. I think all of us have seen it. And when you walk the dusty roads of the developing world, you realize that there is so much that we can give to them. And one of the areas you worry about now is that half the world is connected to the internet, the other half is not. You don't want our world pulling apart. So what can we do to help that? And there is so much, and it's based in technologies. I mean, we could connect every school in the world to the internet. That would help this next generation. But there are just many, many things that we can do. And so as a team out there in the world, we have to think about how to make the world a better place and to use the tools at our disposal to do that.
Absolutely. And Henriette, it sounds like we also must really rethink what aid and diplomacy is going to mean in the world that we have today. But you know, I really was struck listening to you talk about that network, and you all didn't have a chance to really just see the camaraderie happening kind of even before we came out here between these 4 women, seriously. And so I'm gonna, I know all of you probably have an Ambassador Jones story, but Ambassador Yovanovitch, because we were talking, that network really came through for you in a big way. You were telling me about it, and I just wonder if you could share with our audience here that example that you shared with me.
Yeah. So at the risk of really embarrassing Beth, I will just say that I didn't even realize how important she was to my own career until I wrote the book. And then you're kind of reviewing everything in your past, and you're realizing, wow, she was there then. She was there at this turn. And critically, in 2004, Beth was the Assistant Secretary for Europe, and she said, we don't have any women on this ambassadors list. What's up with that? We need to do better. And my name came up, and she supported that. And eventually, I went to Kyrgyzstan in my first ambassadorial posting. Absolutely critical to me moving along. And she was there in other important ways for me as well, including at the end of my career, where, again, to come back to my public testimony in Donald Trump's first impeachment trial, Beth, I was thinking about what do I want to say, not only in my testimony, but in the visuals of what people look at. Who do I want to have sitting behind me? Obviously my family, but also other people. So I invited Grace Kennan Warnke, who is the daughter of George Kennan, probably one of the most famous and important diplomats of the last century. And I also invited Beth, because she is a legendary diplomat, obviously very important to me personally, but people in the State Department really look up to her, so I'm not surprised that Deborah used her as the inspiration for a terrific show. But Beth was sitting behind me. She literally had my back, just as she had throughout my career. And I heard several days later from my younger female colleagues that there was a meme going around the State Department where many of our colleagues were feeling very beleaguered at that time, and they were asking each other, who is going to be my Beth Jones? And I think there isn't a better tribute than that to a legendary diplomat.
Well, Deb, I don't think you could, just when you thought you had enough fodder for the show, here we have a show consultant right here on stage giving you yet another story that maybe will find its way into a future season. I think, Deb, to kind of close out our conversation, I'm struck, watching The Diplomat, which of course I was binged immediately, and thought, those of us in media, or whether you're a police officer or a teacher or a politician or a diplomat, like inevitably we watch these shows and we say, well, that's not right, or that's not how it really is, or why would she have that on? But I think regardless of what the topic is, it's so exciting that you have created something where you have everyday folks that are now focused on geopolitics, everyday folks who are now focused on diplomats, not just as cool, but as people who have very consequential jobs, in this country, in our world. And I wonder, one, if you are hearing from other diplomats about, how much they really kind of identify with what you've created, but also just from people who may not be in that world, who suddenly are completely obsessed, as maybe I am now, with just, the idea of the Foreign Service and what it really means for our society.
I think for me, one of my happiest moments in this whole experience was being at the 4th of July party at Winfield House last summer, and hearing not just American diplomats, but diplomats from around the world saying, thank you, my parents now understand what I do. And I think many of us, and certainly me, the politics of the last 10 years created a sort of an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. And getting to know these people, and certainly in the moment watching you testify, Ambassador, in the impeachment hearings, I had this feeling of there's room for so many people to have such an impact. And the Foreign Service is kind of a gimme. You're out there and you are, in a retail way, teaching people what the United States is on the level that we all want it to be. These people get to go out and sell that every single day. And there's a tremendous amount of power in that. And am glad that a few more people know, that a few more students, that a few more young people know that this is a path that is there for the taking. She took on a president. I mean.
Very true. Well, I think on that note, I would ask, I mean, Deb's already given you all the recruiting video and just made the recruiting pitch. If there are women, young girls who are watching this and excited, getting excited, maybe have seen your show, excited about the Foreign Service, or a career in diplomacy, what would each of you, one piece of advice that you would give for any young woman or girl, or woman period, thinking about entering this field? What would be your advice to them? Henrietta, I'll start with you and we'll just go down the line.
So my first choice would be get a good liberal arts education.
Yes.
I can't tell you how many people I have spoken to who are presidents and prime minister, and you're talking to them about early Chinese bronzes and about the Japanese Zen gardens, and you're talking to them about how to make a pineapple cake. I mean, it goes across the board. And you need to know about their history, their culture, their language. If you know that, you will connect with them. You will create the friends that you're hearing about here. But then I'm going to give you a second one, which is you've just got to get out to the field. You've got to go see what the people are doing. And so the more you can travel, the more you can get out into the field and see people who are not living the life you know of and that are maybe less well off. Understand them and see what our world has as possibilities, and get to Africa. It just has a booming, booming talent that's coming into our world, and we've got to connect with it.
Yeah, I think that's good advice for life, but also for diplomacy.
I completely agree with Henrietta about the importance of a liberal arts education. That's sort of the basics. But the other thing I would say is that it's very important it's a perfect career for somebody who is curious, who is outgoing. You can't be somebody who waits in the corner for somebody to walk over to you. You've got to walk over to the stranger and say, "Hi, I'm Beth Jones. Who are you?" Not who are you, but something along those lines. But I will also say, Henrietta's talking about Africa. Let me talk about the Middle East. I spent a lot of my time in the Middle East, a lot of my career in the Middle East, and I found that I had a special advantage. At first people said, "You're a woman, you won't have an advantage." But I found that I had a great advantage because not only was I accepted by all the men with whom I was working, but I could walk into the room with women. I could walk into the tent that had only women. I could walk down the street and chat with a woman where my male colleagues couldn't do that without being in a lot of trouble. And
Or
I
putting the
discovered-
woman in a lot of trouble.
And putting the woman in a lot of trouble,
Yeah.
for sure. But I also found that in various places that the women were great political gossips. I got great reporting information out of the women, more than the men. So, it was a sort of a double extra for me.
Well, the advice that I would give is you can do it. While I agree with a great liberal arts education, I had a special assistant who was a physicist and had done science her entire life and decided she was bored with it and she wanted to come into the Foreign Service. And she's now a deputy chief of mission and on a list to become an ambassador. So you can do it whatever you major in as long as you want to do it. And the other part is you can do anything. I have to tell you, when I took this job, I was an Africanist. I had done humanitarian work and I'd spent most of my career on the continent of Africa. I am not sure I could have found Ukraine on the map without finding it on the map. Every single time a new crisis would come up, I'd have to look at the map and kind of figure out what the issues were. And 2.5 years into this, I don't have to look at the map. My staff thinks they have to brief me before I go into a meeting. They really don't. And what I have learned is that you can do it. I could do it if I could do it, and I grew up in the segregated South in a not so great education system. Louisiana was fighting with Mississippi, and apologize to any friends and colleagues from Mississippi and Louisiana, but we would fight between Mississippi and Louisiana over who was going to be 49 or 50th in the states for the worst education system. That is the education system that I came out of, and I could do it. So I want to say to young people everywhere, wherever you are, that this is something you can do, and particularly young women who might never have thought about this, you can do it.
So just to conclude on this, I would say not only can you do it, do it. This is a great career where you can make a difference in people's lives every day. There is nothing like it. I spent 33 years. I think I'm probably the person with the least amount of experience on the stage. And what is great about it is the variety. Linda talked about her background and expertise, and now she's a Ukraine expert. And you go around the globe, you do different things in different places. You're negotiating on different kinds of things. You educate yourself. Your staff does help you. And you, like I said, you can make a difference in people's lives every day. And there is nothing more gratifying, I think all of us would agree to this, than sitting in an office where there is a flag, the American flag is in the corner. There is no greater purpose, really. And I would just encourage everybody to think about the Foreign Service. And if the Foreign Service is not for you, it's not for everybody. It's a tough life. But if it's not for you, then think about other ways that you can serve the American people.
Well, all great advice. I'm going to go ponder a career change, but thank you all so much for your example, and thank you all so much for your service, and thank you so much for this show.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I getting closer to you?
Thank you very much for a wonderful, inspiring panel. And Deborah, if you're interested in featuring more academics in your storyline for season 2, you know who to call. As a reminder, that concludes the live stream and press section of the program. We also want to thank everyone who joined us online. For those in the room, we will take a short break and reconvene at 4:05 for a conversation between Secretary Clinton and Dame Jacinda Ardern. Thank you.
Thank you so much.